So, hello to everyone, and welcome back. This is the second chapter of Deleuze Modeste, the second plateau. I hope you're all having a great September, enjoying the autumn weather, and getting back into the regular rhythm of real life. We're trying to develop a little bit our podcast and make it a little bit more concise, more rigorous, a little bit more clear. We do have a roadmap planned out, and this appointment for me is should be a really interesting one. And I might rely a little bit more heavily with the pen writing at the beginning, because I just wanted to explain to you briefly that when I got back in late August, I had I actually recorded the entire second chapter, put it together, and when I was uploading it, I realized that this entire second half was missing its audio. On one hand, I was pretty unhappy about that, but then I said it might be a good chance to just chill out, take some time, and rethink the whole thing a little bit, because as Hegelian as it might sound, the second time is always better than the first time. So the original chapter, outline for the chapter, was essentially supposed to be about the philosophical method and the philosophical theory of Deleuze. So, on one hand, I'm gonna let's say I'm gonna draw, if I'm capable, a piece of paper. Oh, that's a little bit too big. So let's say this is like a usual letter-sized paper or a piece of paper. I'm going to divide it into two. This is what I originally planned. Deleuze. Great. And method. Deleuze's philosophical method. And then Deleuze and his philosophical theory. And already I think that's a really interesting point to look at, because Deleuze is very, very specific and has a very precise methodological approach in his reading of the history of philosophy. So some philosophers, Deleuze will use much more for philosophical method, and other philosophers will have to do with a more theoretical, let's kind of say, horizon. I think we've mentioned before that Spinoza has very little critique of Spinoza. All Spinoza had to do was turn the substance around the nodes, or the nodes into the substance, or whatever, and there you would have had it. And then after Spinoza, obviously, if anyone is brave enough to go through the forums, which we just published, after Spinoza, which is normal, we take in the history of philosophy kind of a big step backwards, and no one's really sure what to do of this idea of immanence, which is not born with Spinoza, but who Spinoza takes to the furthest point he could have. And but in his wake, immanence is kind of broken up and picked up by the German philosophical tradition. And at least from a Deleuzian point of view, we take some steps back, and we'll have Fichte and Schelling and Kant, Hegel, who are all dealing with immanence in certain ways, but compared to Spinoza, they're not. They're tentative in their use of immanence. Like, kind of like, oh my God, we all respect Spinoza; he's a great philosopher. There's this new thing, immanence, but at the same time, it's a different historical situation. Germany is at the forefront of philosophy, literature, art. Germany is developing into a major world power, which in the 18th and 19th centuries, we're well aware of how powerful they became, and Spinoza is kind of dealt with in kind of like a piecemeal kind of way. So that's a quick example of a philosopher who's going to be more theoretical for Deleuze, while at the same time maybe other philosophers, which we've already looked at least two partially, Kant and obviously Hume, and eventually we're going to add Henri Bergson. And at least at the beginning of Deleuze's philosophical career, in his first books, this is going to kind of form a triad of philosophers, probably much more Hume and Bergson than Kant, even though the whole transcendental field definitely has to be accredited to Deleuze's readings of Kant and Kant himself. But these are philosophers which are going to be much more involved in the philosophical method of Deleuze. So I already found this interesting because I think we all have method and theory, no? If we take great writers, they have a literary method. If you take great painters, they have a literary method, no? Van Gogh did brush strokes in a certain way. That's his method. Paul Cézanne did brush strokes in another way. That's his method. That's what he developed from his own experience and also their readings in the history of art. Paul Klee had another method. Francis Bacon, who is so dear to Deleuze that he dedicated an entire monograph on him, also had a much more modern method, which involved photography and justly so, kind of a new method of painting. So everyone develops their own unique method, but at the same time, everyone has their own theoretical horizons. And that was supposed to be essentially the issue of the second chapter, and I still want to go very slowly, and we still haven't even really looked into Deleuze and Henri Bergson, which we will definitely do because that's something, more or less at this point is kind of necessary. And but after having messed up my first try at doing the second chapter, I just came across by chance, and I'll write this over here. I was reading a bit about what is philosophy by Deleuze and Guattari, what is called a conceptual persona. So obviously, I think what is philosophy was released in the 1990s, but reading a little bit about the conceptual, the chapters, and some papers on conceptual persona, in plural, obviously it's personae, that's Latin. A lot of people don't like that term, but I think it works perfectly. But I thought it would be really interesting to try and do something new. But today nothing is new, but I haven't come across this before. To look at Deleuze's method and theory while we're still looking at Hume and Bergson and Kant, and take that A4 paper and do a fold. So I'm going to write fold that paper, and we're going to take this side and fold it over here. Can I do that in red? Probably not. So whatever. And anyway, this is also kind of a temporal fold because obviously, conceptual persona is something explicitly written about by Deleuze, formalized in the early 90s in one of his last works. But I thought it'd be really interesting to take a look at that first and then kind of fold that back over onto the earliest readings of Deleuze, in which we can look at his method and theory, especially with Kant, Hume, and Bergson, and kind of ask ourselves just some really simple questions, because I think, in my opinion, the idea by Deleuze and Guattari of conceptual persona is wonderful. Huh? It's really unique to them, and it's these kind of beings that are existing on planes of immanence and pre-conceptual planes, and then the personalities that have historical roots, and in certain cases they're kind of presented as living beings, obviously not living subjects, because a conceptual persona is not an actual person, nor was it ever, but they are kind of hallucinations, machinations, phantasmas that the philosophers need to necessarily create in order to create themselves. So I do think that's a wonderful idea, and I'm going to start off by looking into that, and then eventually we can just kind of ask ourselves some simple, stupid questions like, did Deleuze have a conceptual persona? Did Félix Guattari have a conceptual persona? Do I have a conceptual persona? What exactly is a conceptual persona? Is this something relevant to Deleuze's very intense studies into the history of philosophy, etc., etc.? So, when I started looking into the concept of the conceptual persona, a little bit out of laziness and a little bit out of the fact that I've read like What is Philosophy so many times that I was kind of like, well, I'm going to start off by looking at some papers on this subject, which I did indeed do. And the papers totally confused me, because I admit I kind of have a general grasp of what the conceptual persona was for Deleuze and Guattari, but it's still something I haven't really tried to reason over so much to the extent when I can rationally explain everything. So looking at the papers, I was just completely confused by what I was reading and what they were saying. And so I said, okay, fuck this. I'm going back to the original texts, and I've done a few moves over the last few months, years, etc. So I downloaded the original version, I think, on Apple Books, which fortunately is a search function, because if I pulled out my original text, it probably would have taken me weeks to find all the references. And read the original text, which I actually find very, very clear and very, very concise. And it's not that I get everything. It's not that I understand everything, but I found them much, much, much easier to just read the original text than to, go into secondary texts and books and papers, etc., etc. So, as this podcast is called Deleuze Modeste, and I want to keep in the spirit of this podcast, because really, the whole point of this is to give a hand to someone that might be having difficulty, and then also put some warnings out there, and no one has the final word, obviously, on Deleuze. I'm not the least person on the earth that is an authority, but just trying to do my best to keep the boat floating, on the big seas and the high winds and the waves. And then obviously it's up to you, the reader, to make your decisions. But from this, I would just give you a warning that a lot of the papers I read, there were like 4 or 5. I mean, really made very little sense, and so don't rely too heavily. But maybe that's also my limitation. I'm not up to the task to understanding the way they were writing about conceptual persona. But I think if we go into the original texts, I mean, I'm not going to do this, but if we compare those to some of the stuff written in the papers, I mean, it just, they don't hold up, the papers. So to be very, 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 very skeptical of what you read in papers. And I know I've said this in the first chapter, and I keep repeating it, but when you're in doubt, just go to the original text, because trust me, even the most difficult things, Deleuze on his own and Deleuze and Guattari are much, much better writers and philosophers than anyone writing papers on them. So that should be the authority. So at this point, we are going to take a look at the conceptual persone of Deleuze and Guattari. So this window here, the black window, and it might be too small. I apologize, OBS. I seem to be stressing it out or whatever, and it's kind of giving me a hard time. I'm going to read this. And this is obviously chapter 3 from What is Philosophy? Conceptual Persona. I repeat, I mean, I find this just really, really interesting. Very unique to Deleuze and Guattari. You have to be passionate about it, otherwise, just skip it. And we're gonna kind of make a deep dive with Deleuze and Guattari into some odd historical references they're referring to, because it helps you out to understand things a lot better. So I'm gonna clear this slide. Goodbye forever. Conceptual persona, example 5. Although Descartes' cogito is created as a concept, it has presuppositions. So we also know that in the history of philosophy, what is philosophy? The concept will be a very important issue of Deleuze and Guattari, where they famously define a philosopher as he or she or whom or whatever pronoun you like creates a concept. So René Descartes created a true concept, which was called the cogito. Cogito simply means I think, therefore I am. That is the foundational creation of René Descartes, and the cogito is a concept. So, what we're saying is the cogito is a concept, however, it has presuppositions. This is not in the way that one concept presupposes others. For example, man presupposes animal and rational. So this is an obvious reference by Deleuze and Guattari, but this is principally Deleuze because he will write about this much, much earlier. Socrates created concepts which presupposed other concepts. So Socrates classically would say an animal is a concept, and then Socrates would say that man is a concept. So you have two concepts, animal and man. And Socrates creates another concept of rationality. Pretty easy to follow. We have three concepts. So these concepts presuppose one another. So, man is an animal. Therefore, a man presupposes an animal because man is an animal like all the other animals. However, rationality itself is presupposed by man because only man is rational. Therefore, Socrates can say he can concatenate or chain concepts together and say that man is a rational animal. That proposition involves three concepts: man, concepts; animal, concepts; rational, concepts. Man is presupposed by animal. Rational is presupposed by man. So Deleuze is saying that in the case of Descartes' cogito, this is absolutely not the case. So we're going to erase that. Erase this entire slide. Adieu, mon amour. And then go on. The presuppositions here are implicit, subjective, and pre-conceptual. So in order to say I think, therefore I am, because in the case of Socrates, obviously we're dealing with concepts, but concepts with Socrates are kind of objects or things. No, there's an animal, there's a cow, there's man, that's man. Rationality, okay, that's a much more complicated concept, but Socrates laid those out. So talking about Descartes is saying that being is defined by the fact that I think. Not that everyone thinks, it's defined by the fact that I think, and this is a very important point, no? So what Descartes bases the cogito on, and we'll write cogito again if we're capable. Cogito is on a presupposition, which is subjective and pre-conceptual. And this creates an image of thought. So we already know that in 1967, in Difference and Repetition, Deleuze is going to be attacking the so-called image of thought, he calls it. So for Descartes, for Cartesio, what is the image of thought? And they say it here explicitly. They say everyone knows what thinking means. Everyone knows what thinking means, and at the same time, everyone wants the truth. Everyone wants the truth. So what Deleuze and Guattari are saying here is that when René Descartes has to define being, and he has to create the concept of the cogito. See if we can get that back into focus to do so. Not working. Hello. René Descartes has subjective presuppositions, and these are pre-philosophical things. So these are just things that Descartes, as a normal human subject and typical I, they're things he believes in, and he believes that they're common to everyone. So Descartes presupposes that everyone knows what thinking means, because when he qualifies thinking, a being with thinking, thinking obviously should be, some kind of well-defined qualifier, which everyone participates in, and it's identical for everyone. And we all assume that everyone wants the truth, which is absolutely not the case, and especially not in my case. So, are these the only two elements, the concept and the plane of immanence or image of thought, that will be occupied by concepts of the same group? The cogito and other concepts that can be connected to it. I can't have this fucking camera out of focus, buddy. I don't know how to explain this shit to you.
How could it be so
Could
far
it
to
be so
focus?
far to focus?
Oh,
Oh,
hmm.
hmm. So at this point, things get a little bit complicated. So, always dealing with Cartesio and the cogito in what is philosophy. We have, are these the only two elements, the concept, which is the cogito, and the plane of immanence or image of thought, that will be occupied by concepts of the same group? That is the cogito and other concepts that can be connected to it. So I'm going to go back to my drawing board. I'm going to do this is a boo-boo thing, and this is very naughty, and I do not advise anyone does this, because I'm going to make a drawing right now of a plane. Zack. So, and why is this a boo-boo thing or something I shouldn't do? Because the plane of immanence for Deleuze and Guattari is non-dimensional, no? And I'm making a drawing which is explicitly two-dimensional. So I'm only doing this for simple graphic explanation purposes. The plane of immanence in itself is pre-conceptual and non-dimensional. However, it may occupy as many dimensions as it may necessarily be occupied with, be it 3 or 4 dimensions, to my knowledge. But the plane of immanence in itself is non-dimensional. This is just a sketch. But let's say this is the plane of immanence of René Descartes. This plane of immanence is pre-conceptual, and they always say it's either his plane of immanence or his image of thought. But this is because Descartes' image of thought has a pre-conceptual presupposition that everybody knows what thinking is, and that everyone knows the truth. So Descartes has a plane of immanence from his own pre-philosophical supposition as a subject, as a person, as an I. That this is what everyone, applies to everyone, and therefore he constructs a plane of immanence, because this is not only his, and this is the really hard thing to understand, but at the end, not really, but Deleuze and Guattari are always stating that, the plane of immanence is something that is constructed between friends, but that is still a pre-philosophical supposition. So what they're kind of saying here is that Descartes is constructing a plane of immanence by assuming that everyone in the world for all of time know what thinking is, what it means, and that everyone wants to know the truth. So he's got his plane of immanence because he has a supposition that he's like with everyone, no? So he's got his own unique plane of immanence based on a pre-philosophical supposition that, we're all together on this one. René, go for the touchdown, and you're going to work this out for everyone. And we all want the truth. And, that's his presupposition. So what they're saying is that this is populated by, I'll put like a dumb sphere here, and we'll say this thing here is the cogito. And it's also going to be occupied by concepts of the same group, which are concepts connected to it. So we can dig in, to all the philosophy of Descartes. I'm certainly not an expert, but you can have, let's say it's a concept which will be innate ideas. That's by Descartes, and obviously that's a very Platonic thing. And let's say we have another, maybe these are lesser concepts. Maybe this is like the cogito is the king concept, the queen concept, innate ideas, clarity and distinctness might be distinctness. Probably time I go to bed. And maybe you have another concept. Method of doubt. Let's say method of doubt is another concept created by Descartes. I cannot guarantee you that any of these are actual concepts. I'm just certainly Descartes did have other concepts or fragments of concepts, but they're all laid out on this plane of immanence, which is non-dimensional. Let's make that very clear. Indeed. And we come to the point here. Is there something else in Descartes' case other than the created cogito and the presupposed image of thought? Actually, there is something else, somewhat mysterious, that appears from time to time, or that shows through and seems to have a hazy existence halfway between concept and pre-conceptual plane, passing from one to the other. So, right here we have, there is something else. There's another presence right here, according to Deleuze and Guattari, and it's something, as just read, mysterious, hazy, but pops up from time to time, and it's halfway between the concept, which are the developed concepts, and the pre-conceptual plane. So the pre-conceptual plane, once again, this plane I've drawn right here is kind of incorrect, because this would be the plane of immanence or plane of consistency of Descartes, and that is the plane of immanence. And then in theory, we would have a second plane, and I'll just draw dotted lines to get that, show that going underneath. And this is the pre-conceptual plane. Pre-conceptual plane. And this is the plane of immanence. So, as we know, on the pre-conceptual plane, there are things which are non-conceptual, and those are precisely the things we mentioned before. So we would have everyone, as we know, everyone knows what it means to think. Everyone thinks. Everyone wants the truth. Thinking is truth. So this is actually a plane which is populated by these kind of pre-conceptual, we can call them blocks or propositions, while the plane of immanence is populated by ideas, and it's populated by concepts, becomings, and events, etc., etc. But we do have to distinguish here between the two kinds of planes. The pre-conceptual plane, which is you, me, René Descartes, Gilles Deleuze, whoever, as a subject, and the presuppositions that you begin with. And Deleuze is saying that no one is without them. Nobody. We all, as human beings with lived experience, we have certain presuppositions which are pre-philosophical. Before we do philosophy, before we do art, before we are scientists, we have a pre-philosophical plane which is already populated, or which we are populating. And from that plane, when a philosopher or in art, an artist or whatever, we'll talk about philosophy. Once you create a concept, your concept is on the plane of immanence, which is a different plane, which can be populated by multiple concepts and eventually all sorts of stuff. Other historical events, historical concepts, different dimensions, all kinds of stuff. So that's important to note here. And then obviously, this mysterious other presence, which is halfway between these two planes. Sounds a little complicated, but it's really important to note this. Halfway through, we have one plane, the plane of immanence. The second plane, the image of thought, which is a pre-philosophical plane. Halfway between these two planes, we have the conceptual persona. And this is something we're going to dig into in depth starting from now. Okay, so we're shuffling windows around here and there, and I'm burying myself more and more, which might be the best thing to do. And okay, so we are still looking into the conceptual persona of René Descartes, according to Deleuze and Guattari. And in a little bit, I'm going to introduce you to a book written, I believe, in the last decade or so by Lambert, who I believe is a very good Deleuze scholar, who's going to argue that the conceptual persona is something which I wouldn't say is no longer valid, but his argument is, it's an interesting book. Let's see if I can dig that up over here. This is by Greg Lambert, and the title is Philosophy After Friendship. And his argument is that while he agrees sorry about that. Twice, even better. 3 times. Well, he agrees with Deleuze, obviously, as a Deleuzian scholar. His argument is that since the Second World War, that for Western society and philosophy in particular, that friendship is no longer a valuable element or metric. And this is due to ongoing war, and especially the Second World War, the Holocaust. And his argument is that friendship is no longer, let's say, a substance or glue which holds Western society together. So, he's challenging the notion today. Kind of questioning this whole system, and perhaps today in 2023, with all of our fractionalization and tribalizations, social media, internet, a lot of these things could and should be put into question. And Deleuze famously said that, and this is early 1990s, that there had already been this total inversion between antique Greek society and today's modern world, meaning that the Greeks had this enormous plane of immanence and very few concepts to populate it. And in modern times, we have like an infinity of concepts, but we have no planes of immanence with which to populate with all the concepts we have in the modern world. So Deleuze is implicitly kind of saying that friendship is something which has become highly problematic in the modern world. But we're just going to finish up quickly with Descartes, because that is really the best example we're going to have of conceptual persone. So I'm going to go ahead here and hang on, let's see if this works. We're going to just take a quick look at our buddy Rene. Rene, what's up? Love the hair. Awesome. And going on. So we know we have the preconceptual plane. Then we have the plane of immanence for the philosopher. And Deleuze is saying, are those the only two things we have? And he and Guattari are saying, no, there is a third entity, which is kind of like a phantasm who appears and disappears from time to time, and that is the conceptual persona. And they say, in the case, famously, in the case of Descartes, the conceptual persona manifests himself in the form of the idiot. So I'm reading here. This is directly from What is Philosophy? In the present case, it is the idiot. It is the idiot who says I and sets up the, let's see if I can get to the next page here. Sets up the cogito, but who also has the subjective presuppositions or lays out the plane. The idiot is the private thinker, in contrast to the public teacher, the schoolman. The teacher refers constantly to taught concepts, man, rational animal, whereas the private thinker forms a concept with innate forces that everyone possesses on their own account by right, meaning I think. Here is a very strange type of persona who wants to think and who thinks for himself by the natural light. The idiot is a conceptual persona. So, very quickly here, let's get this off here, erase this page. I'm going to go back to that diagram, which we must always keep in mind that these planes are non-dimensional and maybe multi-dimensional, and I'm just drawing them in a two-dimensional way just for the sake of explanation. So right here, I'm going to draw right here. Let's see if I can do a good job. This is going to be horrific. We're going to have René Descartes. This is René. Up. With that long flowing hairstyle, and there's René. So René is going to have a first plane, which is going to be his preconceptual plane, and the preconceptual plane is the immanence of thought. And then he's going to have an actual plane of immanence, which he will populate with concepts and becomings. We saw that before. And then in between these two, and this is going to be a horrific drawing, but we're going to have a conceptual persona who's in between the two planes and inhabiting the two planes. So what's important to note here is that this is not an actual person. No, this is not an actual living person, and it's not an actual living referent. This is a person born and alive, obviously in a state of becoming, kind of sort of an event, we can call it. If it's a phantasm, he's kind of an event that occurs on both planes. And it is a living being, well, not specifically being a subject. It cannot be a subject, but it's someone the philosopher enters into dialogue with, essentially, and this leads to the population of his actual plane of immanence. So what Deleuze is essentially saying here is that we have René Descartes, who has his image of thought, which is a pre-conceptual plane. And we already know, everyone knows what thinking means. That is a huge presupposition of everyone knows. Everyone wants the truth. So these are two major presuppositions. Everyone thinks, everyone knows. I'll just put knows truth. Knows, wants truth. So these are pre-philosophical presuppositions. And Deleuze, after Descartes, will use the example of Dostoevsky, and a great example for the modern world, in which this is absolutely, these are simply presuppositions. In the case of Dostoevsky, he's interested in overturning the truth and not accepting the truth. And this might be interesting in today's world, because obviously this whole concept of the truth is highly been put into question. And so at this point, what Deleuze is saying is that the conceptual persona that arrives from this, and then he's, let's say he's kind of born on the image of thought, the pre-philosophical plane, is the idiot. Now, why the idiot? And Deleuze explains it very well here. 1 second. So the question here is precisely why the idiot, which is also kind of harsh for a harsh judgment for Descartes. The language obviously comes from Dostoevsky's concept of the idiot, and also Deleuze did not have a great deal of love for Descartes, especially the concept of the cogito, and once famously said that only a Frenchman could have invented such an egotistical concept of being and thought based on the human subject, which, as we should amply know, was not something Deleuze was too interested in. And so the answer to that question, and Deleuze makes it very clear, is that the idiot, and we'll see, we'll just try and write idiot here. Our idiot is a private thinker. He's someone who thinks for himself. And today, that might seem as being a very banal statement, where we all believe we all think for ourselves. But what Deleuze does is he puts the idiot in contrast with the teacher. And there is good reason for this, because in Descartes' time, obviously, and the preceding centuries, issues of thought and being and ontology were the business of the church, essentially, and Christianity, obviously, in the West. And Descartes is actually making a big break from tradition, but he does have a lot of precedents where, you know, he's proposing this idea of the private subject is a private thinker who has to determine on his own conditions for being. So the reference to the teacher here, and I'm going to go back to the original text. Where does the persona of the idiot come from, and how does it appear? Is it in the Christian atmosphere, but in reaction against the scholastic organization of Christianity and the authoritarian organization of the church? So once again, the teacher is the public teacher, and everything is taught and accepted by the canon of Christian theology. So you accept being and thinking in terms of what you're taught, and therefore you're really not a private thinker. You're just performing an act of repetition of for centuries and centuries of what the church has determined as far as these questions go. So I think before the teacher is the schoolman, and the teacher refers constantly to taught concepts such as man, rational, animal. And we saw before that that's Socratic, and that's a particular way of thinking in which an entity forms a concept and concepts get linked to one another, etc., etc. And so, that was taught over the centuries and absolutely not to be questioned. In certain moments of history, if you question that stuff, like Giordano Bruno, Spinoza even, the church could try and kill you. Because, and this is in science as well, and Galileo was openly threatened to retract on, a lot of his scientific theorems because it was all seen as a threat to the church. So private independent thinking was not encouraged, and this is obviously also an issue of power. But with Descartes, I'm going to go on here. We have this reaction against the scholastic organization of Christianity and the authoritarian organization of the church. And then, can traces of this persona already be found in Saint Augustine? Or is Nicholas of Cusa the one who accords the idiot full status as a conceptual person? So, let's see if we can switch over here. Where are we? Nicholas of Cusa. There he is right there. And this is 15th century, 1451. And we will get into that in a moment because Nicholas of Cusa is one of the first documented, but surely not the only one. I was a bishop, but he did a lot of writings and meditations, and he kind of as a precursor to Descartes made a lot of texts on explaining Christianity to the common idiot, but he did go a little bit deeper, meaning that Nicholas of Cusa was not a great believer of like power, this erudite, high philosophical authority, and he firmly believed that the Christianity was also was essentially linked to the humble man or the simple man, or the rich pope, but just common people. And we are going to look into him in a minute because it's very interesting. And I'm just going to finish off this paragraph. Is Nicholas of Cusa the one who accords the idiot full status as conceptual persona? This will be why he is close to the cogito, but still unable to crystallize it as a concept. In any case, the history of philosophy must go through these personae, through their changes according to planes, and through their variety according to concepts. Philosophy constantly brings conceptual personae to life. It gives life to them. So we know the conceptual personae, we've already explained kind of its genesis, but we know that it exists always over history and is obviously always in a state of becoming. It's there. But every great thinker or writer who confronts this as their conceptual persona, obviously, because every pre-philosophical plane, every image of thought is based on a series of presuppositions which are unique to everyone, no? And then that goes on a plane of immanence, and the plane of immanence or where, you know, the concepts are drawn out in the relations between concepts, and you know, where philosophy is born within that particular author, philosopher, or whatever. I would even argue just for us common folk. And so the idiot is constantly being changed throughout history, and obviously it's not the conceptual persona for everyone. What Deleuze is saying is kind of Descartes is kind of the end point, the terminal point of this certain kind of idiot, because Christianity literally covered centuries and centuries of scholasticism, based on the authority of the church and based on this kind of Socratic, Platonic, transcendent ontology and philosophy deriving, from Christianity, and those were the teachers, and you had to listen to the teachers, and that's it. You do not think privately, but obviously there are cracks and fissures throughout history, and certain writers are, starting to break away from that and then think more privately in terms of individual subjects, with the presupposition that this is for everyone. And that's very important, because that's without presupposing that what you're doing is common to other people or everyone, according to Deleuze, you cannot create a plane of immanence. So Descartes, by presupposing on his own image of thought that everyone understands what thinking is and everyone wants the truth, is creating a plane of immanence which will be populated by concepts, and haunted is kind of like a negative word, but you will also, our conceptual persona will be present on that plane of immanence, as it will be present in his image of thought, and that is historical and in a state of becoming, and absolutely not constant. So at this point, I think we're going to jump in very quickly into our buddy Nicholas, who was actually a really interesting figure. And then we'll get into this book very quickly by Lambert, Philosophy After Friendship, and a paper, very quickly, a paper concerning that, and a critique of another person on the concept of the conceptual persona by Deleuze, in which will kind of demonstrate that guy really didn't understand the concept so much. But by critiquing someone in which it's pretty evident, comparing it to the original text that doesn't really understand it, it's also a good way of understanding. So once again, we have to understand, and for Deleuze and Guattari, the conceptual persona is not an actual person who existed. It's not like my dead uncle who inspired me, and he's still like present in my memory, and therefore, he's part of my, no, not at all. It can be particular, it can be born of particular existing historical figures, and we'll get into that a little bit later. Like Deleuze and Guattari maintain that a conceptual persona of Plato was kind of this idealized form of Socrates, who was still not a philosopher, and Plato, when he was developing his concepts, was in a dialogue with a kind of conceptual persona of Socrates before Socrates became a philosopher. So that's abstract, but according to Deleuze and Guattari, that is a living entity, and obviously that's an external relation. That's a becoming, which is out there on all kinds of planes of immanence, and still on all kinds of pre-conceptual planes, because Plato is still very, very present in philosophy. And so we'll get into a little bit more deeper at that point in how you the possibilities, or how we could maybe define like conceptual persona in Deleuze and Guattari's terms, obviously. So like okay, we've been reading Hume and Kant. Is David Hume a conceptual persona for Gilles Deleuze? No, we have to discount that, because it's not like a living historical being is a conceptual persona. It's something different. It's half conceptual and half based on our presuppositions. So it is an entirely different entity. Is Deleuze Guattari a conceptual persona for Gilles Deleuze, and vice versa in Modeste.Plateau? What is philosophy? Kafka books, etc. Obviously, no. If you take Deleuze Guattari as an actual living subject, no. But is there for Deleuze and vice versa a kind of abstraction and of a Deleuze Guattari in Deleuze's case that takes on life as a conceptual persona in those books, and being that they were friends who were working directly together? That might be a possibility, but it might also be, complete horseshit. But we'll have to look into that. But, in the end, we all have these people who are populating our thought. And so let's get on right now to our bro Nicholas of Cusa. It is Chestov who finds in Dostoevsky the power of a new opposition between private thinker and public teacher. The old idiot, let's say Descartes' idiot, or Nicholas of Cusa's idiot, wanted indubitable truths at which he could arrive by himself. In the meantime, he would doubt everything, even that 3 + 2 = 5. He would doubt every truth of nature. So this is the old idiot as conceptual persona. However, the new idiot has no wish for indubitable truths. He will never be resigned to the fact that 3 + 2 = 5 and wills the absurd. This is not the same image of thought. The old idiot wanted truth, but the new idiot wants to turn the absurd into the highest power of thought. In other words, to create. The old idiot wanted to be accountable only to reason, but the new idiot, closer to Job than to Socrates, wants account to be taken of every victim of history, and these are not the same concepts. The new idiot will never accept the truths of history. The old idiot wanted by himself to account for what was or was not comprehensible, what was or was not rational, what was lost or saved. But the new idiot wants the lost, the incomprehensible, and the absurd to be restored to him. This is most certainly not the same persona. A mutation has taken place, and yet a slender thread links the two idiots, as if the first had to lose reason, so that the second rediscovers what the other, in winning it, had lost in advance. Descartes goes mad in Russia. Okay, so once again, we're not going to go too deeply into Dostoevsky's text. Obviously, The Idiot is one of the better known ones, and this is an article in Eurozine I've dug up, which is kind of superficial, but also seems to make the same point we're trying to make very well. So I'm just going to read here the archetypal idiot that Deleuze returns to in What is the Creative Act? And I believe that's a seminar or a lecture made by Deleuze, which you can find on YouTube pretty easily, is Dostoevsky's. There's something strange going on with Dostoevsky's characters, Deleuze says. They suffer from chronic unrest and allow themselves to be constantly distracted by minute things. A character goes out on the street and says, Tanya, the woman I love, asks for my help. I go, quick, quick. She will die if I don't go. He walks down the stairs and meets a friend. Or he sees a dog that has been run over and he just forgets everything. He completely forgets that this Tanya is waiting for him, all the while dying. He starts talking, meets another acquaintance, has a cup of tea with him, and then suddenly, again, Tanya is waiting for me. I have to go. These characters are constantly engaged with all kinds of emergencies, and yet there's always something more important happening. But what is that something? They can't get a grip on it, and neither can we. Well, how is that an exemplar? Forgetting people in need, being in a constant state of readiness, I'd rather pass. What makes the idiot an imitable figure for our time, however, is his fundamental inefficiency, his refusal to rationalize choices and actions, his reliance on intuition while knowing it cannot be dissected, his innocence. Make no mistake, the idiot is not a con artist. The liar knows the truth and wants to hide it. That is his goal. The liar still communicates. He wants to sell you something. He provokes, nudges, tries to persuade, and uses all techniques available. Befitting the paradigm of total communication and total surveillance, the idiot doesn't care about the truth. In the end, he has no message to proclaim. What the idiot teaches us, according to Isabel Stengers, is rather the value of delay and the suspension of truth. Although Dostoevsky's Ur idiot seems an early adopter of ADHD, Stengers points out that the idiot's non-communication more than anything causes deceleration. One thing does not lead to the next. There's no moving forward. He wants nothing to do with causal relations, and so does not belong to his vocabulary. Something could always happen that has nothing to do with what came before. A chance encounter, a dog run over, a cup of tea. This also, at least to me, brings into mind Melville and Bartleby, very well known. And obviously Dostoevsky's text. Dostoevsky himself was heavily involved in the Orthodox Christian tradition, and there were elements of Catholicism also. And so the dogma of the church in Dostoevsky's much more recent times were still very present in Russia, but the change in time, the change in geography, the change in context, the change in history, the idiot as a conceptual persona has evolved and undergone great mutations. So this article itself while it does get the point, in my opinion, on Deleuze's reading of Dostoevsky, obviously in a very synthetic manner, is also interesting because it is making this relative, meaning Dostoevsky's idiot, to our times, and our culture obsessed with communication. So I'm just going to read a little bit more. I'm going backwards, actually, but the idiot does not communicate, writes philosopher Byung-Chul Han in Psychopolitics. He may speak, sure, but not to convey a certain message. That makes the idiot instantly subversive in our time, where communication counts among the highest goods. Not so much because we value the exchange of information or because we can learn from each other, but rather because the ever-accelerating 24/7 communication cycle is what keeps surveillance capitalism going. It feeds the database and helps train algorithms. If everyone were to quit Facebook and Instagram right now, would stop emailing and messaging and throw their smartphones in a ditch. In other words, if all communicative data flows would rigorously come to a halt, then capital would stop flowing too. Capital that is entangled with the interests of those who want to keep an eye on us, whether it's governments, security services, or companies like Cambridge Analytica, who sell the dream of propaganda with guaranteed return on investments to whatever political ideology that is willing to pay for it. The means, data profiles, the source, total communication, the goal, total surveillance. So I think this article is a few years old, and I do agree with all that, but I would add marketing and publicity as being equally, if not more, important than government surveillance. At least in the West, I think at this point it's more a question of selling your data to marketing companies and taking samples of us at faster and faster rates. And the ultimate goal here is capital. And obviously you do need an aspect of control of that, but I would just like to add that my opinion that's missing here, but whatever. However, in order to generate useful data, someone has to move, just like you have to speak in order to be tapped. Therefore, silence and a standstill signal the end of the society of control. The idiot knows as much. And then we have Faire l'idiot, be an idiot, which is part of 1987 lecture by Deleuze, What is the Act of Creation? And we just went through that. So the important issue here is just to add another dimension to our understanding of the conceptual persona, and show how it's something. It might have a strict relationship to Christianity. Or at least to the so-called teacher, in Deleuze's terms, meaning an authority, which insists on us just repeating what we're supposed to understand, while the idiot, starting from formally starting with Nicholas Cusa, and then going further on up until Descartes, and then still going further on up until Dostoevsky, is kind of a source for creation or breaking from formal authoritative traditions. And so the point of the idiot with Dostoevsky, according to Deleuze and Guattari, is, I want to create. I will refuse all rationality because I want to create. And creation, as we know, is not communication. And that involves with Dostoevsky obviously a completely different image of thought, as they say, than a Descartes or other philosophers. So, but still, the idiot is manifest in the image of thought, the pre-philosophical planes of all of these philosophers and writers, and is also manifests itself on their unique planes of immanence. And it is the idiot who is in a state of becoming constantly, who's constantly changing throughout history. And so the idiot of Descartes is absolutely not the same idiot as Dostoevsky. And let's say if we all have our own images of thought, our own pre-philosophical suppositions, then I would assume that each and every one of us would have our own unique manifestation of the idiot, only given the fact that that is one of our presuppositions. So there are many philosophers, and we're going to get into the case of Plato to try and reinforce this a little bit further. It's only for philosophers or writers that have a certain image of thought who have the idiot as a conceptual persona. So for many other philosophers, the conceptual persona will not be the idiot, and it will be something completely different and something entirely different. But from what we've read so far, we should understand that there are certain links. That's part of the comment. Is Dostoevsky Descartes, who traveled to Russia and went insane, went completely mad. So what that means is they have images of thought, Dostoevsky and Descartes, albeit in completely different countries and contexts and times. Their image of thought are not going to be obviously the same, but however, there will be shared presuppositions between both Descartes and Dostoevsky, which will lead to the instauration or bring life to the idiot who is out there, and he is a being, a singular being, an event, becoming, and evolving, mutating throughout history according to the particular author. And Deleuze goes far as to say also, and this is a little bit more difficult, and try and touch on that, according also to the reader of the particular philosopher or writer. So the reader is also participating in the life of this this conceptual persona. So on one hand, very, very complicated. On the other hand, once you get used to some of the basic concepts, it's really not too complicated. So we're going to try and move on and take one last look at the second example from What is Philosophy of the Conceptual Persona of Plato. Just to give an example of a case where the idiot is not the conceptual persona. Obviously, Plato didn't have this huge Christian, massive power machine, which kind of discouraged or prevented private thinking. So Plato, on the other hand, will have a different conceptual persona. And like I said, I just think it's important here to remember that when Deleuze and Guattari talk about Christianity as being the Ice Age, we still have to remember that from the instauration in the first centuries after Christ up until very recently, like the last 100 years, the church just enjoyed a tremendous power, and essentially dominated all moral, ethical, and thinking life, and concepts of transcendence and God. It just had such a massive power over a huge, for 2 millennia, essentially. And so when Deleuze and Guattari are saying this was the Ice Age, it's not surprising that the idiot will be a conceptual persona for a lot of people. And obviously, as we said before, the conceptual persona is a life, a being in becoming. However, the idiot will persist frequently throughout the history of philosophy under this massively powerful machine of Christianity. So it's not surprising. Plato was there before, so his conceptual persona is going to be a certain kind of idealization of Socrates, his predecessor. And this whole question of private and public thought is not an issue, because Plato didn't have church saying like, look, you guys think and do what I say, or you're gonna get burned to the stake, essentially. So that's also something we have to keep in mind, that when they say the Ice Age, that means in those 2 millennia of domination by Christian authority, everything thought is just going to get slowed down, and the teacher is going to be the main role. In private thinking, it's going to really take like 10 centuries, 12 centuries, until we finally get to René Descartes, who fully embraces the idiot and says, boom, teachers be gone. I'm setting up, a new system of thought based on the private thinker, and I will make my deductions not based on the ecclesiastical authorities, and I'm going to set up something for private thought. But that takes literally between 12 and 15 centuries to happen. So, and then obviously Christianity in the West, but also in Russia, is something that carries on and can't completely be ignored. Like today, the church is breaking down, and capitalism is sort of smashing it apart piece by piece, and then but up until very recently, that whole issue of the incredible power of the church to slow down or prevent private thinking, it's only throughout the history, after BC, post Christ, it's only we're still very young in that sense, in the terms of private thinking. So that's just to explain why maybe the idiot for Deleuze and Guattari is a kind of a persistent figure for a lot of philosophers and thinkers. Obviously, why for Plato it was not, and then hopefully further on we can get into a few other cases to see that it's not always the idiot as a modern conceptual persona. Okay, so here I'm going to still, as they say, strike while the iron is hot, and I'm going to stick for another couple of minutes on the figure of the idiot and Descartes and Dostoevsky. I can kind of hear like groans of like, oh my God, no, no, no. But I still want to hammer away a little bit because there are a little few pieces missing, at least for me, in order to kind of understand this as best as possible. So here I've just got a silly little sketch where we have René Descartes is idiot. He's a conceptual persona of René Descartes. Here we have Dostoevsky's idiot. And this is Dostoevsky's, according to what in philosophy's conceptual persona. And as we've mentioned, amply mentioned, the idiot is obviously, like for Deleuze and Guattari, like everything else, in a state of flux and becoming and subject to historical events and transmutating through time, history, geography, and all of its relations with all sorts of other entities and other things on the plane of immanence, etc., etc. So the idiot is mutable, and what I wanted to do here, and this might be more for my purposes, I just want to look into one quick thing here, and we'll be off. I think we have it here, so that's going to be this date, okay, Rev 1917. So from here, I'm just going to make a quick timeline, which could potentially be useful and serve as kind of a base for looking into the history of conceptual persona. So I'm going to make a quick timeline right here. If I'm capable, as always, that's going to be our timeline. We'll try and write 2023 today, and we're going to start off on 470 BC, and this is going to be, of course, our dear friend Socrates. Who we can synthetically describe as the initiator of Western philosophy, even though there's obviously a whole bunch of other Greek philosophers behind that. But just to synthesize and reduce things to kind of simplistic terms. And then I'm going to have to divide this timeline by several people. We're going to put Plato in there, and Nicholas of Cusa. So Plato is going to be very, very close to Socrates. That's going to be 423. This is the birth date, of course, BC. And this is Platone, or Plato. And then, somewhere, I'm not really good at visually dividing things, but let's just say I'm going to just put a 0 here, and this is when we go from BC, before Christ, to AD. And then if I divide this in half, that would theoretically be let's just say 1000 BC, AD, my apologies. And then we'll go here and put 1400 AD, and we'll put our friend Nicholas Cusa here. And René Descartes is in 1597, so another 100 years. I've completely divided this incorrectly, but I'll just put 1597 RC, René Descartes, RDC. Sounds like an MMA fighter. And then we'll go on to Dostoevsky, which is sort of kind of here. I'll just put 18. These are birth dates, 21 of Dostoevsky. And now what I wanted to do with this is add one more date, and this is kind of a hypothesis of mine, which I'm just kind of throwing into here. I also wanted to add in right here, 1917, the Russian Revolution. And my question when I write this is, obviously, Dostoevsky is born before, and he's not an actual, participant in the Russian Revolution. However, Dostoevsky was in the wake of Karl Marx, and in Russia, the origins of Marxism in Russian society. And Dostoevsky was, since 1847, and this was also the beginning of the terrible events that Dostoevsky lived through, was a member of the Petrashevsky Circle. And that was a group concerned with utopian socialism. So Dostoevsky was a member and participant in the Petrashevsky Circle, and apparently had a good deal of interest in Karl Marx and socialism. So what my point is here is can this let's consider Marxism or Marxist concepts as a kind of an event, which occurs in a certain moment in history. My question is, does this have, obviously the idiot is always mutating and changing through time in a state of flux, and it's always relative to the author himself, be it Descartes or Nicholas of Cusano or Dostoevsky. But it's also has a great deal of relations with historical events. So what I've stated before is that we will look, following this, we'll look into Plato, starting in 423 BC, and the conceptual persona of Plato will be kind of a conceptual Socrates. And then my argument in a little while ago was that with the oncoming of Christianity, let's just say it starts at zero, at the 0 point between BC and AD. Obviously, it's going to take a few centuries to set in as absolute dogma. But let's say Christianity is still going on today. So my error on this timeline is that this should be, no, we can see that between Socrates and Plato, we're not dealing with a massive amount of time between them. They're actually quite close to each other. And therefore, we have Plato's conceptual persona of Socrates. And then we kind of go into Christianity, which Deleuze and Guattari refer to as Christianity, whatever, the Ice Age. No, this is the age of glaciers. This is Ice Age, where everything doesn't freeze, but it gets incredibly slowed down, or at least thought gets incredibly slowed down due to the absolute authority of the ecclesiastical church and the role of the erudite teacher. And then with Descartes, and we are in 1597. Just to give a brief history of the life of Descartes. Descartes was born in rural France, and eventually went on his own to Paris, and wanted to join the military, and he wanted to be a military engineer. And in Paris he joined the military and met some figures in the military who were very important and introduced him to mathematics. So Descartes himself was a layman or an idiot, meaning, born poor, and he got into the military and met people that inspired him and sort of put him on this path of mathematics and truth, and eventually philosophy. Did fight in at least one battle, I think for the Battle of Prague, and afterwards left the military and got into his own works, dedicated himself to philosophy and mathematics, etc., etc. And so the point here being, on our timeline, this is where we have this big inversion in philosophy between the teacher and the private thinker. Thinker private. Let's just invert that for no good reason. And this is obviously is a massive historical point in philosophy, and that's why it's so central in what is philosophy. So the concept is no longer comes from religious authority. It is done by a private thinker who has to do the whole series of operations where Descartes has to erase everything and then disavow reason, and he has demons, and he's making appeals from an idiot's point of view and in dialogues with idiots, and once again fighting with demons. And what Descartes does is he disavows reason, like we saw before, to reinvent reason, abandoning this whole aspect of the irrational, reconstructing reason, but on completely different terms. Reason is now a private thing, which everyone is presupposed to understand and want to participate in, and that's a very important point in philosophy. So, and then we have the origins of this in Nicholas of Cusa, and a lot of people before kind of hinting at this this inversion of the concept as being something just inherited from an ecclesiastical teacher to being something that is a private issue, and that will be the new foundation of reason. So it's not the church who dictates reason, it's the private thinker who is telling us all what reason is and what philosophy is. So if we take a quick jump here, in 1821, we get into Dostoevsky, and we know when he was in his mid-20s, he was a part of the Petrashevsky circle, interested in Marxism and utopian socialism. So I'm just going to show you a quick few slides just to try and see if we can get a grasp how maybe in the conceptual persona is evolving through time, and it's always unique to every author, and the reader is also involved in this, according to Deleuze and Guattari. And I do agree with that, even if it's a little more complicated. That has something to do with Deleuze's books on cinema. Deleuze always maintained that the most important thing in cinema is between the screen and the viewer. And when I initially read that years ago, I was like, what in the hell? I had no clue what that meant. But Deleuze is talking about a becoming, between any viewer of any movie, and then there's always a becoming, an external relation between you and the film that you're watching. So that kind of partially explains why the reader is also involved in the process of the conceptual persona, but that's only a very, very partial explanation. Going on to Dostoevsky. And our slide is up here. I hope that's legible. It appears that he eventually joined a related secret group devoted to revolution and illegal propaganda. It appears that Dostoevsky did not sympathize, as others did, with egalitarian communism and terrorism, but was motivated by his strong disapproval of serfdom. On April 23, 1849, he and the other members of the Petrashki Circle were arrested. Dostoevsky spent 8 months in prison until on December 22, the prisoners were led without warning to the Semyonovsky Square. There, a sentence of death by firing squad was pronounced. Last rites were offered, and 3 prisoners were led out to be shot first. At the last possible moment, the guns were lowered and a messenger arrived with the information that the Tsar had deigned to spare their lives. The mock execution ceremony was, in fact, part of the punishment. One of the prisoners went permanently insane on the spot, and I probably would have done worse. I understand him perfectly well. And another, Dostoevsky, went on to write Crime and Punishment. So already in the psychology of Dostoevsky, like once again, egalitarian communism, Lenin and Stalin and the Russian Revolution is 1917. So Dostoevsky does predate that. However, these things were kind of in the air, and obviously the king at the time was out to eradicate traces of this communist movement, which was obviously growing and which was obviously a threat, because it'll be like 35 years later in which the Bolsheviks, just erase the royal family, and the revolution begins. But this is something, which is in the air for decades and decades. So, horrific experience and extremely traumatic experience. And next slide. Dostoevsky passed several minutes in the full conviction that he was about to die, and in his novels, characters repeatedly imagine the state of mind of a man approaching execution. The hero of The Idiot, the Prince Mishkin, offers several extended descriptions of this sort, which readers knew carried special authority because the author of the novel had gone through the terrible experience. The mock execution led Dostoevsky to appreciate the very process of life as an incomparable gift and, in contrast to the prevailing determinist and materialist thinking of the intelligentsia, to value freedom, integrity, and individual responsibility all the more strongly. So once again, Dostoevsky was always had a affinity with the serf or the layman, the poor worker, the idiot. This carries over into his interest with communism or the utopian socialism, Marxism by implication, but his rejection of probably the authoritative structure of the communist doctrine, I imagine, while at the same time wanting to free or liberate the serf. Just guessing that Dostoevsky is doesn't agree with the method, essentially. And once Stalin comes to power, we will understand and appreciate Dostoevsky even more for having kind of pre-seen, where this whole thing was leading, especially in Russia. So once again, individual responsibility. Once again, the figure of the idiot. Instead of being executed, Dostoevsky was sentenced to 4 years in a Siberian prison labor camp, to be followed by an indefinite term as a soldier. After his return to Russia 10 years later, so a mock execution, 4 years of labor in Siberia, and 10 years as a soldier as a punishment for having participated in meetings concerning utopian socialism. So that is really, really, really a heavy punishment. So after his return to Russia 10 years later, he wrote a novel based on his prison camp experiences. My Russian is terrible. Zapiski iz Mертвого дома, the house of the dead. So Doma is house, Mертвого, dead, and Zapiski, we should deduce is house, but I may be incorrect on that. I'm just, guessing, drawing straws here. Anyway, gone was the tinge of romanticism, obviously, and dreaminess present in his early fiction. The novel, which was to initiate the Russian tradition of prison camp literature, describes the horrors that Dostoevsky actually witnessed. The brutality of the guards who enjoyed cruelty for its own sake, the evil of criminals who could enjoy murdering children, and the existence of decent souls amidst filth and degradation. All these themes, warranted by the author's own experience, gave the novel the immense power that readers still experience. Tolstoy considered it Dostoevsky's masterpiece. Above all, The House of the Dead illustrates that, more than anything else, it is the need for individual freedom that makes us human. So once again, some very clear examples of why the idiot is a conceptual persona for Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky passed several minutes in the full conviction. No, we already did that. Sorry, that's my fault. Where are we about? So the last slide, in Siberia, Dostoevsky experienced what he called the regeneration of his convictions. He rejected the condescending attitude of intellectuals, just like Nicholas of Cusa, just like Descartes. Descartes was a little bit more about rejecting absolutely everything and wiping the slate clean, and but definitely the same thing, who wanted to impose their political ideas on society and came to believe in the dignity and fundamental goodness of common people. So once again, a distrust of authority, a distrust of the teacher. We are in the late 18th century in Russia, and there is kind of a parallel here between the ecclesiastical authority in the 15th and 14th and preceding centuries in Central Europe. And obviously, the authority here is possibly more state or royal family than it is church. And the reason I'm saying that is he describes this change in his sketch, The Peasant Mary, which appears in the diary of a writer. Dostoevsky also became deeply attached to Russian Orthodoxy as the religion of the common people, although his faith was always at war with his skepticism. In one famous letter, he describes how he thirsts for faith like parched grass and concludes, if someone proved to me that Christ is outside the truth and that in reality the truth were outside of Christ, then I should prefer to remain with Christ rather than with the truth. So this is exactly Deleuze and Guattari's point, is that Dostoevsky has been pushed personally to the absolute extreme of humanity, survived and became more of a believer in the Orthodox Church, which ironically, and I think this is interesting, is there's this inversion with Descartes, no, where Descartes is not disavowing Christianity or God whatsoever. However, he is breaking it down in order to create a new philosophical system and a new method of reasoning, which will still uphold and maintain the transcendence of God and ethics and morality, etc., etc. But he's taken it from the church, broken it down to nothing, and created a whole new methodology and system, and still maintaining a good deal, but not all of the teachings of the ecclesiastical Christianity. But in the case of Dostoevsky, I mean, he's basically his teacher is initially not the church; it's more the state, the brutality of power. The oppression of the common, the layman, the oppression of the idiot, the oppression of the serf, and Dostoevsky comes to discover Christ through, I'm sure he's always familiar with it, but comes to very heavily embrace it as time goes on, and at this point the church is considered as something being irrational. So Christ and all the irrational aspects of the virgin birth and the miracles and all these kinds of things at that point were considered to be irrational, whereas obviously for Descartes those are just kind of things which were accepted by it, and you didn't question them, so that was that. And so these are kind of the foundations for this mutation of the idiot, who's quite different and still shares a lot of things in common with Descartes' conceptual persona of the idiot. In the case of Dostoevsky, the idiot is no longer interested in the truth, because if the truth leads to what Dostoevsky had witnessed and lived, then quite simply, I want to get as far away from the truth as possible and embrace things which are better for living. No, I think this is also something that Dostoevsky said, and then Deleuze later said with Pascal. No. It's a question of, do you live better believing in certain things or believing in other things? Like I often ask, like myself, some of today's realist philosophers, where everything is mathematical and and everything comes from science, and then we're into realism, and for me, is that a good way to live? I mean, what do these guys do on the weekends or at night? I imagine them as being like incredibly strict and boring people, and that's fine. No, who am I to judge? But once again, in the end, it's a question of for Dostoevsky and also for Deleuze and Guattari is how do you live better? Which concepts? But this is also Spinoza. What makes me stronger? Which makes me more powerful? And then that's kind of the whole point here. So to close this up, Dostoevsky suffered his first attacks of epilepsy while in prison. No less than his accounts of being led to execution, his descriptions of epileptic seizures, especially in The Idiot, reveals the heights and depths of the human soul. As Dostoevsky and his hero Mishkin experience it, the moment just before an attack grants the sufferer a strong sensation of perfect harmony and of overcoming time. Freud interpreted Dostoevsky's epilepsy as psychological in origin, typical of Freud, not having lived all the horrors that Dostoevsky did. But his account has been vitiated by research showing that his analysis was based on misinformation. Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, Dostoevsky lived through terrible, terrible, terrible things. So in 1857, Dostoevsky married a consumptive widow, Maria Dmitrievna Izayeva. She died 7 years later. The unhappy marriage began with her witnessing one of his seizures on their honeymoon, etc., etc. So I'm not going to go on from this point. The only issue is to try and reinforce this idea of the becoming of the conceptual persona, and how there's almost kind of an inversion between the two idiots of Descartes and Dostoevsky. Descartes' idiot is as we said before, he's breaking down the canon of Christianity in order to reinvent it on a new, on completely new terms. And Dostoevsky is someone who will later on embrace Christianity, which is considered to be irrational. And this embracement of the irrational, this disinterest in the truth, and I think we can just see from a little bit of biography what led Dostoevsky to this, is something important throughout all of his work. So I think we've covered this whole issue enough by now. Okay, so after this pretty in-depth look into at least the conceptual persona of the idiot, I think we've dealt with that in sufficient depth, but I still, however, would like to push on here and go back to the same chapter in What is Philosophy, because I think probably in academia, this whole concept of the conceptual persona is something which will be or outright rejected or ridiculed, and or deemed of very little, very little relevance to reading the work of Deleuze and Guattari. However, I believe, on the contrary, that it is extremely, extremely important, and that's why I want to, confront this, take this thing on head on right now. Well, we're still at the very beginning of Deleuze's career, especially in his readings on the history of philosophy and Kant, Hume, and Bergson. So I'm going to deep dive right back into this chapter, and I think here Deleuze and Guattari are really going to take this concept of the conceptual persona as far as they possibly can, and one who appreciates the works really needs to appreciate the importance of this concept and what they're saying here. So we're at least I'm really have to put my thinking cap on here, because things are going to get a little bit deep. We're going to take a bit of a deep dive here. So this is immediately following Descartes and Dostoevsky. It is possible that the conceptual persona only rarely or elusively appears for himself. Nevertheless, he is there. He, she, whatever your preferred pronoun is there. And however nameless and subterranean, he, etc., she, blah, 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 must always be reconstituted by the reader. And this is such an important fact, even though it looks like just a very small detail. And I'm just going to go and try and do another, if I may, if I'm capable. Let's see if I can just do another. Hello, Windows. No, it doesn't want to cooperate. Let's try and do it this way. Up, up. Okay, that works. I'm going to do another silly sketch here. This is something that really came to light to me on the Deleuze and cinema books, which is something that I always tended to overlook. But let's say I'm going to draw our friend Renee again over here, a little bit smaller. Renee with the wicked hair. There he is. Okay, there's Renee. He's got his pre-conceptual plane. He's got his plane of immanence. And as we know, between those two, Renee will have his conceptual persona. I'm not sure if I can make him look like an idiot too easily, but that is our idiot right here. Our Cartesian idiot, let's call him. And he is always present on both of these planes, kind of lurking around as a sort of phantasm or ghost. However, he is always reconstituted by the reader. So the reader, we'll just put here another dumb little sketch. This is you, me, whoever is reading the work of Descartes or Deleuze or a whomever is performing an act of reconstitution of the conceptual persona. And this is a concept or component of the concept which has always been very difficult for me. So, going on, sometimes he appears with a proper name. Socrates is the principal conceptual persona of Platonism. Many philosophers have written dialogues, but there's a danger of confusing the dialogue's characters with conceptual personae. They only nominally coincide and do not have the same role. So we do have, let's take a quick look here. Plato, dialogue with Socrates, Plato, dialogue, Socrates. So these are the Gorgias. Okay, so let's see if we get a screen back. Thank you very much. So we're going to get rid of this page, and then we're going to write very quickly the Gorgias. And this is a Socratic dialogue which Plato had with the character of Socrates, and this is 380 BC. So we have on one side Plato, and this is a dialogical relationship, a dialogue, and we have Socrates. And so the dialogue depicts a conversation between Socrates and a small group of sophists and other guests. At a dinner gathering, Socrates debates with the sophists, seeking the true definition of rhetoric, attempting to pinpoint the essence of rhetoric and unveil the flaws of the sophistic oratory popular in Athens at the time. The art of persuasion was widely considered necessary for political and legal advantage in classical Athens, and rhetoricians promoted themselves as teachers of this fundamental skill. Some, like Gorgias, were foreigners attracted to Athens because of its reputation for intellectual and cultural sophistication. Socrates suggests that he is one of the few Athenians to practice the true politics. So without getting too much into the substance of this, what Deleuze and Guattari are talking about here, as in this case, Socrates in the dialogues is kind of it's obviously not the true Socrates, but it is a characterization of Socrates. However, taken in these terms, meaning in the terms of a simple dialogue, that could not be considered a conceptual persona. They only nominally by name coincide and do not have the same role. The character of the dialogue sets out concepts. In the simplest case, one of the characters, who is sympathetic, is the author's representative, whereas the others, who are more or less antipathetic, refer to other philosophies whose concepts they expound in such a way as to prepare them for the criticism or modifications to which the author wishes to subject them. So, in this case, we have a dialogical Socrates. Let's try and get an empty page here. And so we have the actual author, Plato. And then we have the Georgias, which is a work on rhetoric and principally political discourse. And we have Socrates on one hand, Socrates, who once again is obviously, Plato is not just retelling something which happened. No, this is Socrates as a character. And then on the other hand, Socrates was debating with a small group of sophists. So Socrates is in debate at a dinner gathering, and there's a particular sophist who is seeking the true definition of rhetoric. So rhetoric, can you write that? Whatever. Plato is our author, who is imagining or inventing or creating dialogue with two imagined characters, the most important of which is Socrates, and obviously with another sophist who's kind of debating him in order to discover the true nature of what rhetoric is. So Deleuze and Guattari are saying the character of the dialogue sets out concepts. So Socrates is in this dialogue, is throwing out his concepts on rhetoric. One of the characters is sympathetic. So there are more than one sophist. So maybe one character, obviously Plato is critiquing Socrates' concepts, so one of the characters agrees, one of the sophists agrees with Plato and therefore is sympathetic to Plato. And he is the author's representative. So there is, and it's probably, I'm not sure about this, but it's probably Georgias, who was a foreigner who was attracted to Athens because of its reputation for intellectual and cultural sophistication. So let's just say it was Georgias. If not, it was another of the group of the sophists who was sympathetic. And this is all in, Plato's writings, or in Plato's imaginings or creations or hallucinations or whatever. So the others, who are more or less antipathetic, refer to other philosophies whose concepts they expound in such a way as to prepare them for the criticism or modifications to which the author wishes to subject them to. So, let's just say Georgas agrees and is sympathetic with Plato, however, the others disagree. They refer to other concepts. And what happens here? They expound these concepts in such a way to prepare them for the criticism or modifications to which the author wishes to carry out. So that's basically, I think in basketball terms, that would be something like a layup, no? We have a debate between Socrates and a group of sophists. Some of the sophists are in agreement with Plato. Others are in disagreement, and the others who disagree expound their concepts. Or, no, that's maybe it's not a layup, but whatever. They disagree and expound their own concepts, and then Plato kind of goes and slam dunks on them. No? He refutes and demonstrates why their concepts are not valid, and his own concepts are much more valid than that other group of sophists. So going on the other hand, conceptual personae carry out the movements that describe the author's plane of immanence, and they play a part in the very creation of the author's concept. So we'll get back into that 1 minute, and I just want to look over this scheme once again and make sure it's clear. In Plato's Georgas, and this was one of Plato's main techniques for thinking and writing, is that we create a character, and he took Socrates, and then we create other characters, a bunch of sophists. Some of the sophists agree with him, and others disagree with him. Those who disagree with him explain why, and they explain their concepts, which they believe is better. But we discover in the end that Plato was kind of setting them up all along, and in the end goes and refutes these sophists and claims the superiority of his own thought and his own concepts. Nice technique. I do not I have nothing against that. That's you know, we all do what we have to do, and in Greek times this was a very common method of it's almost dialectical, no? So there's nothing too complicated here. So we're going to jump right back into the difference between this kind of dialogical relationship with a fictitious or an imagined, or at least a character that is idealized, who's not the person who's actually existing or existed, and but this is how you treat that, as simply being a character, essentially, which has little or nothing to do with conceptual persona. And given that, for Deleuze and Guattari, the conceptual persona for Plato is indeed still Socrates. It's really interesting and a really good occasion to understand how they're kind of explaining the profound difference between an idealized character and an actual conceptual persona. So I can say, was Henri Bergson a conceptual a persona for Gilles Deleuze? No, hell no. I think I've talked about this before. It's something different, and obviously we'd have to run through all of Bergsonism, and also later on in the second part of this chapter we're looking into Deleuze's method. and that's the famous, at least with Bergson, the buggering method. If that's dialogic, or if buggering is dialogic, or if it's not dialogic, if it's ethical, non-ethical, correct, incorrect, whatever. But Deleuze does indeed have a method, but it would be impossible to make such a simple statement that Bergson was a conceptual persona for Deleuze. It just doesn't work, and also conceptual persona are kind of born from the image of thought, which is the pre-conceptual plane, and that's a whole other ball game. And that's another kind of aspect of Deleuze's genius, is when he's working these things out, that he's absolutely resisting resemblance and identity and repetition in a very, very deep and profound way. So the conceptual persona is not going to be what you think. It's not going to resemble this. It's not going to resemble that. It's going to be someone who's formed out of an image of thought, history and its events, and the eventual plane of immanence, and that is, once again, that is about external relations and becomings, and has nothing to do with resemblance whatsoever. And so I do hope someone out there kind of appreciates the beauty of just like the consistency of Deleuze throughout all of his works and all of his ideas. And I really, really, really admire the originality and the consistency of the whole thing. So we're gonna keep going on here. And so, taking a quick step backwards before we move forwards, I want to just reiterate this point, is that when we are reading the work of a philosopher or literary figures, and this is equally valid in a different way, for artists, we have, I'll just draw like a pair representing the author of the work. So that's a pair. That is, hang on, we'll just put a smiley face. That is the author, as we have seen repeatedly. That is his image of thought. That is his plane of immanence. This is his conceptual persona. And then we come along, and I will draw just quick symbols here. A banana, and that banana is me, you, or the reader. And so, as we saw before, the reader is activating, reconfiguring, in the translation from what is in philosophy, the conceptual persona, who is kind of exists there as a ghost in the works of that person. But when you read that, you are reactivating the conceptual persona, and then yours, mine, his, theirs, correct pronoun, whatever, our own images of thought, and potentially our own planes of immanence, plane of POI immanence, enter in, and potentially even our own conceptual persona are entering into a state of external relations, or becoming with the conceptual persona of the author. So we are reactivating him as kind of a specter, a ghost. We are giving him, as long as we are reading, and obviously as long as we are reading with great interest and great passion, and we have a good affinity with what we're reading, we are activating, bringing back from the spectral form the conceptual persona, and our conceptual persona are entering into becoming with his conceptual persona. So another very interesting point there. And as we move forward, things are going to continue to be a little bit complicated. So, conceptual personae carry out the movements that describe the author's plane of immanence. So, once again, let's throw up a new slide here on the plane of immanence. We'll just make our big plane of immanence here. It is obviously the conceptual persona is in a state of becoming or constant flux, and he is the cause of all of the movements taking place on the philosopher's plane of immanence. And they play a part in the very creation of the author's concepts. So the author's concepts are partially the author, and we'll just draw our pair again to avoid having to draw René Descartes, plus our conceptual CP persona, and concepts are created by the author together with the conceptual persona, who is in a constant state of moving on the author's plane of immanence. Thus, even when they are antipathetic, they are so while belonging fully to the plane that the philosopher in question lays out and to the concepts he creates. So, okay, so I'm picking up here from just explaining this idea of the diagram, and what I'm probably going to do is be very quick and synthetic here, because I've dragged us into kind of like what's it called, quicksand in the middle of the jungle by introducing this last piece. And in order to thoroughly understand it, there are a few concepts we have to get through, and it could take a great deal of time to go through all of them, and they're all very interesting in ourselves, such as the diagram. The next one will be infinity. And at this point, we do want to get back to those last three pieces from What is Philosophy and move on quickly. So I want to be very synthetic here, and I'm probably not going to explain things too well, but hopefully we'll just get kind of an intuition of what they are, and there are definitely things we will get into later. So we've looked into the fact that Charles Sanders Peirce inspires Deleuze and Guattari because of his idea of the diagram. However, one could say that Charles Sanders Peirce was kind of a structuralist in his idea of the diagram, and Deleuze and Guattari are interested in something else, and specifically it's a reworking of Peirce's concept of the diagram. Looking for a more less representational and more genetic solution. So running through this, in this way, Deleuze and Guattari sever the diagram from the Peircean framework of a representational semiotic rendering. It instead the agent of breakthrough of the regime of representation. So for Deleuze and Guattari, a diagram, in difference to Peirce, is not a symbolic diagram which represents the underlying structure of meaning, but for Deleuze and Guattari, reinterpret it as a way of breaking through representation and the construction of the new, where this new has no basis in or possible subjection to what has actually been. This is not a new that will, under certain conditions, sometime in the future be recognized and established, as Peirce's diagrammatic futures one day will, but the new that remains forever new. This is a qualitatively new that calls forth forces in thought which are not the forces of recognition today or tomorrow, but the powers of a completely other model, one of pure difference in itself, difference beyond, outside all identity. The encounter with which, I will add, thought strips, I don't know, the encounter with which, it's already there, strips thought of its innateness, its presuppositions, and treats it every time as something which has not always existed, but begins forced and under constraint. Thus, the diagram is put to work for the sake of a philosophy of difference in itself, as the synthesizer or modulator of difference, in contrast to Peirce's representational synthesizer of forms that refines and builds upon already established processes of thinking, and which projects possibility on the basis of what is already established and known to be possible. For Deleuze, the problem is not to direct or methodologically apply a thought which pre-exists in principle and in nature, which might be said to characterize the model Peirce. However, whilst Peirce is explicit in his presentation of thought as diagrammatic, Deleuze is not. This difference should be taken less as a measure of the relative importance they attribute to the notion, but rather as a reflection of the differing ways in which they present their philosophical systems. In Peirce's case, an organic systemization that attempts to move ever closer to increasing refinement and completion of itself encompasses precise and consistent expositions of diagrammatics. So Peirce is working with presuppositions. His genius is the creation of the diagram, but however, he has a lot of pre-philosophical suppositions, and in a kind of Hegelian way, it's a process of refining your diagram until you reach certain truths which will manifest themselves in the future. In Deleuze's case, an open system supporting an ongoing conceptual creation that forbids any essentializing, self-presentation, or representation of it forces from the reader a reconstruction of diagrammatics from the various instances of its appearance in his work. So once again, let us not neglect with Deleuze always the function of the reader, as we saw with the conceptual persona. It is the reader, you, me, Fred, Jacques, Sally, Beyonce, whoever, who is reading great author's work, is reactivating his conceptual persona and in a state of becoming with them, and is also reconstructing the diagrammatics of this particular author. Whereas we were able to represent Peirce's own pronouncements on the diagram, practicing a consistency with the representational tenor of his system, and indeed with his definition of diagrams as representing the representational process of thought, Deleuze forces us to produce a construction beyond its own explicit pronouncements, something which, again, is consistent with his view. Sorry about that philosophy and its concepts should not be reflected on, but used and put to work on a line of flight. So, another very beautiful idea, extremely simple. It might be a little bit peripheral here, but concepts for Deleuze, we do not reflect on them. We put them to work. We put them to the test. And concepts create for us lines of flight that displaces them from their origins of philosophy as a creative rather than reproductive or communicative enterprise, and his definition of the diagram as a map that does not represent even something real, but functions to create a new kind of reality, a reality yet to come, and that is always yet to come. And it is precisely such a view of a creative practice of philosophy deforming its inherited history that is indubitably put to work in Deleuze's unfaithful reworking of Peirce's diagrammatism. The notion that insists, without explicit presentation in Deleuze's philosophy, that the creation or genesis of thought is diagrammatic is one which thus requires an elaboration beyond exegesis. The new reality yet to come is, as it is for Peirce, a new thought reality. But in contrast to Peirce's ideal reality, it is a reality that is immanent to the matter of real experience. So, like I said, I'm just going to synthesize here. Otherwise, we and perhaps in the future we can dedicate more time to this. And the diagram, the concept of the diagram of Deleuze and Guattari is indeed extremely interesting. But because we're just glossing over this as a term, just to understand that when Deleuze says diagram, he's not using the traditional sense in which we understand a diagram, which is basically kind of like a spatialized drawing in which, we have X, Y, and then arrows that go over here. But the diagram, I believe, like the image of thought in the plane of immanence is initially non-dimensional. As it is populated, it can become multi-dimensional. Absolutely. It is a plane once again, difficult to spatially represent because it may have, it may be non-dimensional here, it may be two-dimensional here, four-dimensional here. So the point here is just to quickly look over this. And at this point, let's go back to and so I'm going to try and drag us out of the quicksand here and come back to the first of 3 pages, which I originally wanted to add from What is Philosophy. We were right here in the classical image. Error does not express itself by right, and we explained the idea of right, which is just a contingent, for lack of a better word, let's say contingent law, which is subject to mutation and modification over time and history. The worst that can happen to thought without thought being presented as willing truth, as oriented towards truth, as turned towards truth. So the philosopher can make mistakes, but that's no problem as long as you're being guided by the light of truth. It is this confidence, which is not without humor, which animates the classical image of thought, a relationship to truth that constitutes the infinite movement of knowledge as a diagrammatic feature. So at this point, we know that knowledge is a diagrammatic feature, and this is Deleuze's interpretation. So now we understand the knowledge, according to Deleuze, is this willing towards truth from the classical period, and we're referring to Descartes' period here, is that Descartes instaures an infinite movement of knowledge as a diagrammatic feature. So we've taken a quick look into diagrammatic, and I think we have a general understanding of that. And now I'm going to take a very quick detour in the concept of infinite movement of knowledge, which I think is something which for me conceptually has always been something difficult to understand. And once again, I'm trying to drag us out of the jungle because the infinite is a subject that we could spend God knows however many hours and so I'm going to just try and give you a quick idea of what concept of the infinite Deleuze is using, because we do know, I guess after in the early 2000s. It was very fashionable when Alain Badiou finally got his chance and came to the foreground and did his best to trash everything by Gilles Deleuze. It was a big tendency for Badiou, first off, and all of his followers. That's the nicest word I'm going to use right now. To trash Deleuze on the subject of the infinite, and I do not agree with that at all. I mean, you can agree with Deleuze or not agree with Deleuze, but Badiou and all of his, I'll still try to be nice and use the word followers, we're all saying that Deleuze, never really studied the infinite, and he didn't have a really good concept of the infinite, and he was naive in the infinite, and he didn't really go in and research the infinite, which is absolutely untrue. I mean, I will dig up links on the web Deleuze site, and I always recommend that to everyone, because I do believe they've even updated this site, and they have a great deal of his lectures in written form and also in audio form. So they taped him, or he taped himself. And we can dig up lectures on Deleuze and the infinite, which are extremely deep and sophisticated, and we'll get into that later, because I don't want to waste too much time right now, and just I want to give you a very quick idea of when Deleuze is talking about, obviously with Badiou we have set theories, so therefore mathematics, ontology, blah blah blah. I won't get into that, but Deleuze does have a very very rich knowledge of the concept of infinity throughout Western philosophy, and I've got this up here. This is from a paper analyzing this so-called Pythagorean region of thought. So we have Plato, and Whitehead does come into this. We'll get into Whitehead later. Plato, Whitehead, and Deleuze have discovered a new land, the Pythagorean region of thought, the infinite moment of evanescence, the appearance and disappearance of difference. So, first off, just to be very quick, for Deleuze, his concept of infinity is not a spatial issue, and therefore, from a mathematicians or philosopher who believes he's a mathematician, very naively, sorry to have that in there. Deleuze's concept is not based on what Bergson would call a quantitative interpretation of infinity, meaning 0, 1, 2, 3, infinity, -1, -5, -10, negative infinity. And that is why I put this here. And yeah, we can see our source is Roland Faber, the University of Vienna. This is the year 2000. The infinite movement of evanescence, the Pythagorean puzzle in Deleuze, Whitehead, and Plato. So once again, I'm going to be very quick here, because I just want to get a general idea of this idea of infinite movement in thought, which for me has always been difficult. I mean, when I'm thinking, am I moving infinitely? I mean, yeah, I'm not a really intelligent person, so I have doubts about that. Maybe we're all capable of doing that, but here we go. The concept of the whole, and this is a very famous quote from Deleuze in Difference in Repetition, page 42. The concept of the whole follows and espouses determination in all its metamorphoses. from one end to the other and represents it as pure difference in delivering it up to a ground in relation to which it no longer matters whether one is before a relative minimum or maximum, a large or small. So as I'm saying, like what I said before, when we talk about a relative maximum minimum, we're just saying, 0, 1, 2, 3, logically that should go, can never stop. No, it just goes on. So it's infinite. Nor before a beginning or an end. So Deleuze is not interested in his concept of infinity of a beginning, which is 0, or an end, which is infinity, since the two coincide in this ground, which is like a single and unique total moment. So, let's say 0 and infinity are coinciding on the ground, the fond, which is like a single and unique total moment, simultaneously the moment of evanescence and production of difference, of disappearance and appearance. In this sense, we attach importance to the infinite movement of evanescence, that is, to the moment at which difference both vanishes and produce. So right here we have, let's see if our writing pad still works. We have evanescence. Which is in infinite. No, we can just do the infinite side. Movement. Evanescence is in infinite movement. So let's take a quick break here and just look, because the next question one would logically ask themselves is, even in the simplest of terms, what in the hell is evanescence? Evanescence is a musical group. Let's Google for him. Let's put Evanescence philosophy. The process of disappearing or fading away. No, that's actually the meaning of the brand name of the musical group. Nonsense and visual evanescence. Evanescence. Guys, just give us rock group. That's great. The evanescence of things. Okay, hang on one second here. So beyond not too easy to dig up stuff on evanescence, even less so on Deleuze and Guattari's concept of infinite movement and how it relates to evanescence. However, we do have a historical precedent, which is Empedocles. And I will cite Empedocles had begun his poem on nature with a somber description of the evanescence of the life of man, the brief span of time allotted to him. So, evanescence, I guess, is our... We can translate evanescence as life span. So when we go back to our text here, the infinite movement of evanescence, that is the moment at which difference both vanishes and is produced. So we mortal men are produced and we vanished. I wouldn't worry about that reversal too much right now. So I think the important point, and we're going to be a little bit superficial just in order to not go on for hours. And I think if I'm capable, let's see if I'm capable. There's another important thing here. And it's going to be under difference. Yes. So no, this is just reaffirming for Deleuze the infinite movement of evanescence. Evanescence is the coming and going away of something, of a life, of something. It's here and it's gone. And that's obviously a temporal issue because I'm going to live, if I'm lucky, X amount of years, and my dog is going to live X amount of years, and maybe a tree will live X amount of years. So evanescence is the coming and departure on the material plane of someone or something. And what Deleuze is saying is that in the case of difference, the evanescence of difference is an infinite speed. So difference in itself. Okay, difference. Everything has its own. It's no duration is not correct. Everyone has its own lifespan. Let's say, and Deleuze is going to say the evanescence. The evanescence of difference is infinite speed. So obviously when we're talking about lifespans, we can also define things in terms of speed. No, I'm gonna live, this is me, let's be optimistic, 60 years. So I have my own speed. A frog, I have no idea how frogs long, but they're gonna live like, let's say 6 years. I have no idea. You can call that a speed, no? And Deleuze is going to say that infinity as a concept is defined by the evidence or the lifespan of difference itself, which is an infinite movement. So that's a decent explanation. It's kind of hard to grasp, and I do hope to get into infinity with Deleuze, because in his lectures Deleuze has dealt extensively with infinity, and it's all very, very interesting stuff. So just for our purposes at this point, we should be able to go back here and say, in the classical era, the classical image of thought, there is a relationship to truth that constitutes the infinite movement of knowledge, obviously meaning that difference is involved, starting with Descartes, as diagrammatic feature. And like I said before, logically at this point we should go take another detour and go look to Deleuze's and Guattari's concept of the concept, to understand, looking at the principal example with René Descartes, why infinite movement is introduced into thought through the evanescence of difference. I don't know if you no, I was gonna say a stupid thing, but let's just skip that. The infinite movement of knowledge as diagrammatic feature. In contrast, in the 18th century, so we're post-classical, what manifests the mutation of light from natural light to the enlightened is the substitution of belief or knowledge. So, once again, Descartes is after the truth and absolute knowledge. But in the 18th century, once we get into Kant, Hume is a little bit earlier, empiricism, but it's no longer the same image of thought and this pretension to be oriented towards the absolute truth will become, according to Deleuze and Guattari, more a question of belief. That is a new infinite movement implying another image of thought. So once again, and there was, I think, something I missed, which I should have added here, but I will try just throw it in here really quickly, is that it's when, let's just say that René Descartes is the first one who finally overturns the image of thought based on the teacher, meaning the secular power of the church, and thinking becomes private. So at this point in the philosopher is creating private concepts, but René Descartes at the same time is still trying to reconstruct the absolute truth and wisdom of the church, but on different terms. So here the image of thought has mutated or changed. So following in the next few centuries, when we go into post-classicism, we are no longer oriented towards the natural light, which is, the truth, to the enlightened. So the philosopher is now the enlightened person, but the philosopher is still creating concepts and is still, according to Deleuze and Guattari, a difference once we get over that long ice age of the ecclesiastical authority and thinking becomes private. This whole issue of difference kind of floods into thinking and philosophy in greater or lesser forms, but it's always there. So we have the substitution of belief for knowledge. That is a new infinite movement implying another image of thought. It is no longer a matter of turning toward, as Descartes would turn towards the natural light of the truth, but one of following tracks, of inferring rather than grasping or being grasped. So with Hume and Kant and all these post-classical thinkers, the issue here is not, as long as I'm turned to the truth, I can make errors, but I will have my conceptual persona, and I will have demons and idiots, and I will make errors, but I will always be oriented to the natural light of the truth. It is now a new image of thought in which we are following tracks and inferring, deducing, essentially, inferring, rather than grasping or being grasped. So we are not grasping the sensible real. We are not grasping being. We are not grasping God. We are not grasping. No, we have to infer and deduce with the tracks we follow. Classic example, Kant and all of the transcendental conditions. So under what conditions is inference legitimate? Under what conditions can belief be legitimate when it has become secular? And this is basically, I had to work a lot to get here, but this was the whole reason I introduced these 3 pages under the plane of immanence, because I wanted to hit this point here just to reinforce what we said before, and I doubt it. Very few people might be interested in this, but personally, I have a great passion for the history of philosophy, and that's why I just wanted to reinforce this, because it's when the secular authority over its incredibly long time, if you think about it, and the power that it held and maintained, and it exercised power so no one could question everything, and they did everything to block the private thinker. But, and there are cracks under the ice, and someone here is doing this, someone here is doing this, Giordano Bruno does this, and they're like, wow, the church is like, that guy went way too far, burn him at the stake, and let's keep the ice age going. And obviously power, etc., etc. But with Descartes, the whole thing just, the glacier is like melted basically, or it's kind of been, opened up a fissure. No, melted is not. There's just a fissure so big that the ice age can't repair itself at that point. And so you have an image of thought relative to the ice age of Christianity. Then you have a classical image of thought with Descartes, who is still like a little bit tentative. No, he's made the big fissure, but he's still finding truth in God, as the church did want to, but he's doing it on different terms. He's doing it for the idiot. It's an idiot. That's he's in. The idiot is the I, the subject of Descartes, who has now become plural, and he's made this huge fissure in that whole ice age. And so we have a new image of thought, which introduces, not that it wasn't there before or before the church in Greek times, not that it wasn't there before in certain thinkers, but we have, according to Deleuze and Guattari, very difficult point to understand also for me, is that difference is something that's already there with Descartes. Once you get over the teacher and go into, sorry, I'm like waving my pen around like a madman, I'm going to stop. Difference is introduced into thought, which thought becomes private, and a private person creates concepts. A philosopher. It's no longer the teacher. It is, concepts are created by private people. And we've already seen the presuppositions of Descartes. And then in post-classical times, Descartes was still wanted the same truth, but was rediscovering it in a new private way. And then when we get on to empiricism and then German transcendentalism, etc., etc., the whole image of thought is going to shift, but it will logically still inherit the concept of infinite movement of thought, and that infinite movement, as we saw, is the evanescence of difference itself, which is infinitely quick. Difference for Deleuze and Guattari is an infinite speed. And you can talk about that a lot. There are all kinds of conclusions, but I do want to close this chapter up and not waste too much more of your time. So this question will be answered only with the creation of the great empiricist concepts: association, relation, habit, probability, and convention. But conversely, these concepts, including the concept of belief itself, presuppose diagrammatic features. Okay, so once again, let's all remember that diagrams for Deleuze and Guattari are kind of non-dimensional planes of abstract forces which produce the new, but are always in a state of becoming. So the new is always being renewed. It's not like a diagram in the Peircean sense, in which we do a diagram here of semiotics and meaning, and we recognize that it's imperfect, and we work graphically with the diagram until we reach perfection, and then that will be a universal ideal. I mean, two completely different things. So presuppose diagrammatic features that make belief an infinite movement independent of religion. So, think I've explained things sufficiently to follow this, and traversing the new plane of immanence, religious belief, on the other hand, will become a conceptualizable case, the illegitimacy or illegitimacy of which can be measured in accordance with the order of the infinite. That's actually a tough phrase. However, religion has been passed on from an absolute truth given to us by the teacher, the church, and in the post-classical case, religious belief can be conceptualized, and the legitimacy or illegitimacy of which can be measured in accordance with the order of the infinite. So I'm not, just for time's sake, I'm not going to get too much into the point. However, I do find that is a really interesting piece. And let's try and close up here. So I won't get into that, even if I'm always very curious about these things. I'll just put a post-it on that last point, precisely religious belief will become a conceptualizable case. So if we don't have the secular church, a concept of belief, and specifically religious belief, it does become a concept, not pre-existing truth. Okay, got it. And the legitimacy or illegitimacy of which can be measured in accordance with the order of the infinite. So just quickly, I'm just thinking real quick and we'll move on. We have to think about that in Deleuzian terms. I did dig up a paper on Deleuze and the infinite, but I don't want to drag this thing on way too long. So we'll get into that later. But on Deleuzian terms, given that infinite is at least partially defined by the evanescence of difference, I believe that the legitimacy or illegitimacy of a religious belief as defined by the concept will therefore, and this is simple logic, be judged by the degree to which the belief and the concept permit difference, which leads to infinite movement. So it depends on the validity of a religious belief, would depend on how much the concept or one's belief allows for infinite movement, which could God, for example, and it depends on your belief, how much difference your belief envelops or englobes. But anyway, let's move on. Don't want to waste too much time here. Okay, so pushing towards the end of this first part of chapter 2, as promised, we're going to get on to Lambert. This is Greg Lambert, and a book he published called Philosophy After Friendship, Deleuze's Conceptual Persona. So kudos to him for picking up the conceptual persona, but however, he did not want to really directly criticize the concept in itself. However, Lambert will tell us that the friend, since more or less the Second World War, is no longer a valuable definition of the other in Western philosophy, and therefore in Western society, etc., etc. So another thing an interesting thing to keep in mind is there's a really beautiful text of Deleuze's, which I'm not going to dig up right now, but where he talks about this inversion between the ancient Greek times and modern day society. So he's referring to the 1990s, but I don't think anything has gotten any better since the 1990s. But Deleuze says that the Greeks had this massive plane of immanence, meaning friendship, but they had very few actual concepts that could populate it. So we have to understand that for Deleuze, a true concept on his terms has to do with it kind of starts with Descartes. That's a big generalization, but the concept is essentially a private thing, which, however, is always on a plane of immanence, which implies friendship. So the Greeks had, according to Deleuze, this incredible, massive plane of immanence and very few concepts. In our times, in modern society, we have like an infinity of concepts. There are concepts everywhere, but we have no plane of immanence. And I'll try and dig that up. That's a very beautiful text, but what Deleuze is kind of implying by saying that we have no planes of immanence today is Deleuze is by deduction is obviously saying that friendship is something that is problematic today as compared to Greek society. So Greg Lambert wrote a book, and I believe I have the Amazon link open. It is called Philosophy After Friendship, Deleuze's Conceptual Persona, the friend, the enemy, the stranger, the refugee or déporté, and the survivor. In singular and provocative fashion, Greg Lambert's Philosophy After Friendship introduces us to the key social personae that have populated modern political philosophy, drawing on the philosophy of Deleuze and Derrida, as well as the work of Indo-European linguist Emile Benveniste. Lambert constructs a genealogy to demonstrate how political thought has been structured by the emergence of such conceptual personae. Okay. At the center of Philosophy After Friendship is the persona of the friend, together with the idea of friendship. So once again, for Deleuze, in Lacanian philosophy, we always have the other, but Deleuze is very clear about this. He's saying, since the Greek times, the other is a friend, and the friend can be in a state of rivalry. There can be problems between friends, and friendship can enter into catastrophes such as war, in which friendship collapses, but after a war, friendship is kind of implicitly reconstructed, and we start again, and the basis is obviously the other considered to be a friend, which has multiple aspects to it. So on which the democratic ideals of consensus, fraternity, and equality are based. Lambert argues that the vitality of this conceptual persona originated by the Greeks has been exhausted by centuries of war. And in Deleuze's case, he would also mention the Holocaust as being kind of an example where friendship is really truly put to the test. We could add the gulags and whatever they were called under Mao, but this kind of stuff really truly tested. Mao was Eastern, not Western culture, but he was Marxist, communist, etc. So this idea of friendship is been challenged by all of these wars and hardships, and so it has been exhausted today. And we might today be witnessing the overturning of an earlier philosophical idealism that saw friendship as the destination of the political. In its place, the emergence of a non-philosophical understanding that has set perpetual war as the ultimate ground from which future thinking of the political must depart. In his conclusion, Lambert proposes a truly post-war philosophy, meaning Second World War, that takes as its first principle the idea of perpetual peace, which will require nothing less than a complete reevaluation of the goals of any future political philosophy, if not the meaning of philosophy itself. So delving into some papers on Lambert's work, we have here, as Lambert's genealogical investigation of the concept of the friend comes to the conclusion that we no longer possess a concept allowing us to conceive of thought divided between friends. He concludes that the friend no longer constitutes thinking's internal presupposition. So, obviously, on Deleuze's image of thought, a friendship or the friend is obviously there as a conceptual persona. I would be more certain of stating that than I would as compared to a sorcerer or whatever, but all of our planes are images of thought, and all of our planes of immanence are populated by multiple conceptual personas. So we have a friend, perhaps a sorcerer, not so sure, whatever. But this is Lambert. His argument thus leads to the conviction that in thought we no longer have the friend, and that the conceptual character has to be thought as the other. So I don't know if I personally, I don't agree too much with that thesis, because yes, we have had perpetual wars, but at the same time, if we go throughout history, I mean, the Holocaust is obviously an absolute horror, but equally so the gulags of Stalin and Mao and Pol Pot, etc., etc. But if you go throughout history, just throwing things out there, like the massacre of the Native Americans in the United States, or the massacre of the South Americans at the hands of Europe, Spain specifically. So I'm not, it's, I don't want to add up numbers, but from my limited perspective, I mean, unfortunately, these bloodbaths are kind of common, unfortunately, to the human race. And so I'm not sure if that is sufficient reason to say that the friend is no longer valid as a definition, let's say, of the other. And it is true, for sure, that, let's say, contemporary society, 2023, can we get a focus here? Focus, hello, focus on me. No, there we go. Yeah, it is true that technology and social media is, dividing us up into little pieces and little tribal groups, and we're all angry, and, we're all, more and more separated. So friendship, obviously is something which has become highly, highly complicated. But at the same time, Deleuze and Guattari were always very, very precise talking about technology, and they very precisely stated that technology is not the cause of that. And what they're saying is technology always follows what you would call the diagram or the body without organs of society. So, and by that, I believe they're kind of implying that capitalism, as it mutates and always follows its basic principle, which is staving off or fighting the tendency of capital to decrease. Therefore, capitalism has to always increase profits, and I think capitalism has entered into a phase where division, identity politics, you can call it whatever, in the end is kind of the best way for capitalism in itself to increase profits. So the more you divide people, the more opportunities you have to increase capital. And I won't get into that specifically right now, but the thesis of Lambert is that centuries of war and perpetual war. Okay, perpetual war is a feature of capitalism from Deleuze and Guattari, but also basic Marxist readings. Capitalism always needs a third world, you know? Capitalism always needs poor countries. Africa is the clearest example, which are kept poor. And capitalism goes in and mines their riches and extracts them, and that's always been the case with capitalism. And according to Deleuze and Guattari, capitalism is born more or less in the 17th century in Holland, and as a mercantile society. And there are very specific conditions under which capitalism is born. We won't get into that, but a precondition of capitalism is that the increase of profit, which is, you know, an untouchable feature of capitalism. Profit must always be increased, and then at the same time, yes, implicit in capitalism is this concept of perpetual war and keeping a certain amount of countries in a state of war and poverty. So, as I said before, I guess it's been a long time, but the war in Libya, you know, everyone was just out. Everyone was like Top Gun, and NATO and France was bombing left and right, and they cut Gaddafi's throat, and everyone was jumping up and down. But the reality is that all the countries that participated in the attacks on Libya all got a piece of the pie, meaning that we're going to destroy this country. We're going to put it to total chaos. But the oil reserves, you know, we're going to give this X amount to this country who participated in the bombing campaigns. Then the lion's share is going to go to you know who. And then, you know, they just divided up the spoils, and they still make profits of that. I mean, I read literally 2 weeks ago that in Iraq, 100% of the profits of the oil produced in Iraq go to the Federal Reserve in you know which country, no? So the point, obviously, is it can be perpetual war in different countries, perpetual chaos, but we secure the assets. We take control of the national banks, and the profits, you know, from your countries will be extracted and then put in to the greater capitalistic system, which is primarily Western, but now involves obviously the BRICS countries, and they're a part of that as well. So capitalism does presuppose perpetual war. It does presuppose perpetual poverty for countries which possess important minerals. Like we know in Africa, there are certain countries where they mine certain minerals which are essential to producing iPhones and microchips, etc., etc. So, do you want to go to what's this guy's name? To Apple Tim Cook and say like, Tim, let's go and you just pay the fair market price for those minerals, and then like Apple would go bankrupt in 3 days if they did that. So this stuff is all kind of interlinked. So I do absolutely follow Lambert's point on that, but I'm still not completely convinced that that is a sufficient reason for saying that we can no longer define the other as a friend. However, I do accept the possibility or probability that I'm incorrect on this. And just to close up, right here, I have an article which I will put into my links. And this is I'm going to try and increasingly get more rigorous as possible. As far as I know, these are all free articles to visit. And obviously, we thank all these people that make these things available online without payment. And this is by Matthias Schoner from the University of Vienna in 2010, so 13 years ago. And he is kind of critiquing Lambert, but he's also doing kind of an elliptical critique on a person called Mascolo. And hang on, I did dig this up just to give us some context. Dionysius Mascolo was born in 1916 in Saint-Gratien and died in 1997 in Paris. He was a resistant, militant, left-wing political person, and he wrote a bunch of essays, and towards the end of his life, he had a correspondence with Gilles Deleuze and wrote a lot of letters to Gilles Deleuze specifically concerning the conceptual persona. And let's look a little bit into the substance of this article. Mascolo himself, whose analysis Lambert draws upon in his interpretation of Deleuze and Guattari's thinking, admits his perplexity when it comes to Deleuze's articulations. For him, friendship can only be retrieved starting from the contemporary antagonism in a shared concern about the impossibility of unified thought today. So essentially, Mascolo is writing to Deleuze and saying, well, more or less, like, why are you insisting on friendship, even if you discovered that, or or invented a concept based on Greek times? And Mascolo was saying that we need to start with the contemporary antagonism. However, Deleuze writes to him, friendship comes first for me. Obviously, friendship would not be a more or less favorable external circumstance, but it would be an internal condition of thought as such. Not speaking with your friend, but on the contrary, going through ordeals with that person that are necessary for any thinking. So Deleuze is responding and saying it's not just as simple as, I meet you, we are friends, we are buds, whatever. Deleuze is saying that according to the Greeks, philosophy, philos, friend, sophia, wisdom, that is an internal condition of thinking itself. Whether your friend be a Felix Guattari, who's your actual friend, whether it be René Descartes, who has an infinite amount of friends because René is convinced that he's writing for everybody, So when René writes a private concept, in his image of thought is that everyone knows what I'm doing and what I'm writing about. René has got friends everywhere. and your friend can be your conceptual persona. Like Nietzsche is a very isolated a person. Sorry, but he had Zarathustra and the Antichrist, and he had all these friends, and so friends can manifest themselves in different ways and different forms. So you cannot speak with your friend, but you can go through ordeals with your friend. I had a friend that died 2 years ago, and he was a very, very dear friend. And when he died of cancer, and to a certain extent, I do believe that even if not yet imaginable for me, I did suffer, not as much as him, but we didn't talk in the last few months because he was in so much pain that but still at the same time, to an extremely humble degree, I did go through or participate in some of the ordeals that this person had. And where Deleuze's basis for the foundation of such a friendship comes from, if no shared distrust of thought precedes it, remains incomprehensible for Mascaro, unless Deleuze refers to the all too easily obtained and empty agreements that we find in the Platonic dialogues, where Socrates lays out the shared truth as the ground on which the harmless rivals compete. So we talked about that before. That's the superficial aspect of friendship, where Plato, we looked at this before in great detail. I don't want to be repetitive, but that's where Plato invents Socrates, who just sends him up softballs and like really easy questions, and it's obviously not the role of friendship as Deleuze refers to it. So obviously there's a shared distrust between friends, both of thought and between each other. So in What is Philosophy, Deleuze and Guattari write, the idea of a democratic conversation between friends has never produced a single concept. So once again, we have to understand the idea of friendship and also how this is resolved in the concept of the conceptual persona. Two friends that get together and agree on everything will never produce a concept, because you have to have distrust. You have to, it's a question of rivalry, of chivalry, and there's all kinds of, stuff under friendship, as we went in to before. So it's just not this simple. Even in democracy, if everyone that votes for a certain party on the left, I mean, they don't agree with each other on every issue, but however, there is this kind of implicit friendship in a majority in which people overcome all of their differences and create this kind of bond, and therefore vote this, at least ideally. Today I'm not so sure about that, but at least ideally, despite their differences, they do find common ground and say, boom, I'm voting for this person left wing, boom, I'm voting for this person right wing, etc., etc. He turned the friend into the friend of the concept, and the concept into the pitiless monologue that eliminates the rivals one by one. So this is Socrates, according to Deleuze and Guattari, in What is Philosophy. This is actually a very nice passage. He turned the friend into the friend of the concept, and by turning the friend into the friend of the concept into the pitiless monologue, let's say without mercy, that eliminates the rivals one by one. With the philos of philosophy, the friend of the concept, we have always been living through those ordeals necessary for thinking, ordeals that the friend as subject of dialectics or communication does not withstand. So once again, very easy here, dialectics and communication in democracy leads absolutely to nothing, but if you have a true friend, you're going to have differences, you're going to have ordeals. But if you do have that basic affinity of friendship, you will be empathetic of one another and you will pass through ideals, catastrophes, all kinds of stuff. Not necessarily good all the time, but that is the true meaning of friendship is a kind of bond that overcomes all of the catastrophes and hardships that we all have to deal with. The friends being introduced into the heart of thought by philosopher are hardly Greek, arriving from elsewhere as if they had gone through a catastrophe that draws them towards new living relationships raised to the level of a priori concepts and converts friendship itself to thought of the concept. So an even more interesting quote from What is Philosophy are hardly Greek. They arrive from elsewhere, and that I don't want to waste much more time here, but that is something I will highlight because the yellow kind of sucks, but whatever. And converts friendship itself to thought of the concept. So these people, although it is reified or installed directly in Greek culture, these friends arrive from elsewhere. Very interesting. This friendship in which philosophical thought brings all its concepts together is always traversed by a fissure that leads them back to hatred or disperses them in the coexisting chaos where it is necessary to take them up again, to seek them out and to make a leap. So once again, obviously this is Deleuze, and even if I do not directly say it, I hope the people that are familiar with Deleuze or watched a little bit of this podcast should recognize the difference of language and tone when something comes from Deleuze and Guattari. This friendship, and I'm going to read it again, in which philosophical thought brings all its concepts together, is always traversed by a fissure that leads them back to hatred or disperses them in the coexisting chaos where it is necessary to take them up again, to seek them out and make a leap. So very superficially, this is another difficult proposition for me to deal with, but just in a superficial way, yeah, I kind of get the point. I mean, friendship, like we said a million times, is just not like you get along with this guy and you guys get together and make a concept and it's all cool. No. Friendship is traversed by fissures, ordeals, cracks, dispersions into the coexisting chaos, because we always coexist with chaos, but it is necessary to pick up the concepts again, to seek them out, and thereby implicitly your friend would, in whatever form he may be, and to make a leap. And once again, I find this very beautiful. The leap into chaos is a catastrophe, an ordeal that is too powerful. It deprives us of the power to say I, and awakens in us the other, who is able to take upon herself the violent movements of thought and to create concepts. So So once again, like a true friendship, we have to deal with. There's no ideal democratic situation. I mean, we have all these fissures and breaks, and we may lose ourselves into chaos. I think, honestly, Felix Guattari was someone who Deleuze, certainly in thought, had all these cracks and fissures and fall into chaos, but as far as I know from his biography, led a reasonably normal life with his wife and eventually had a daughter. And Guattari, on the other hand, was kind of like, all over the place and had ups and downs and was depressed. And I think, if you would read his biography, he would show up at Deleuze's house like late and just gonna sit there and watch the latest soccer game and not talk, and was kind of lost. And so, we're not all perfect people. We all have, what do we call? We can all fall into darkness, and that's a part of it. But true friends follow each other when one goes into darkness, and that's kind of the whole point from Deleuze's point of view. Even in Greek society, we are our friends. However, we will go to war with, I don't know, Spartans and Troy, for example. But that's friendship which enters into chaos, into a catastrophe, into some sort of degree, and I hate to use the word, but we could say a war machine, which is going to wipe out and erase, all these stratified relations between the states. But in the end, that it's necessary after the war to pick up the pieces and then recover also the shared concepts, which we have as friends, and I'm just surmising here, but there may be others who are not friends, such as, I don't know, like Genghis Khan, who just comes and wipes, half the planet out, and he's probably not a friend. That's like kind of an other, which is not based on friendship. But Genghis Khan came from the plateaus and the plains of far eastern society. So we're always referring to Western society, and this issue of friendship, and that is Western society, Western philosophy, and as stated here, it comes from elsewhere, and that elsewhere we'll leave as an open question right now. And just to sum that all up, we have, in an interview from 1985, Deleuze said, "When I work with Guattari, each of us understands in his own way concepts put forward by the other. And along the lines of my own argumentation, every thinker is exposed to a constant becoming other as friend of the concepts that she creates." And following this, it seems, here thinking about Deleuze's own words, that a friendship is possible that brings two thinkers together as singular subjects in thought. This friendship will, without a doubt, always remain transversed by fissure, because it is not based on a shared quality. But perhaps this is precisely the question of what we call and experience as philosophy today. So essentially, this is coming from, I think, this very good article, and explains why we're always saying she and not he, which is perfectly good with me. The article we saw before, it was by, let's take a quick look here. No, not that one, but we did mention it before. and it was, here we go. This no, that is about Lambert. I think I closed that, but I will put that in the links, and that was by this scholar, Austrian, and his actual conclusion is that he refutes this idea that friendship is exhausted, and personally, I would tend to agree with that. I do think, believe that the friendship is been put to the extreme test under perpetual war and everything in the 20th century, which is, absolute butchery. Or even if I think, and I know I can't talk about this stuff because I'll be a victim of cancel culture, but even the war in Ukraine, I mean, like, we have 500,000 dead people minimum, and it's just kind of we're kind of essentially indifferent. All this killing and butchery that still goes on. So civil society, I think, has actually made steps backwards compared to like the 90s, when people would actually protest wars or whatever, because whatever the strategic interests involved, my opinion is always that those are kids that are dying out there, and those are kids that deserve to live. Those are kids that deserve to get married and have kids and go to school. And if Western society is indifferent to that, then yeah, I think obviously there are massive issues with this question of friendship. However, at the same time, I would argue that throughout history, there's no shortage of extreme brutalism. Just think about the Inquisition, the Spanish Inquisition, like I'm adding on to, or South America or North America, or the endless perpetual European wars. So I think the conclusion of this article, and I will link it, and you guys take a look and decide. I'm not the authority here, but I do believe that the author is wisely kind of saying, hang on, friendship is not still exhausted. I have very few friends, but I have had a few, or do have very few actually, but I still don't see friendship as being completely exhausted. And then on the other hand, it opens up this big question, and I haven't read the book yet. I do want to read it as soon as you have time, but that opens up the big question. If the other is no longer a friend, okay, what's going on here? Who is the other? No, do we do that on Deleuzian terms, or does Lambert have another proposition, or what's the deal? Huh? If friendship is no longer proposable, I mean, what's what's going to replace it? Is it not been replaced? The other simply is the other, and therefore, fear. No idea. So those are kind of questions that we have to answer. But I think we will close up the first part of the second chapter here. And so this is a link of, a page with the links we have used so far in this chapter. As far as I know, they're all open and available in public, so kudos to everyone for that. And obviously, the last text, I forgot his name, but his name is Matthias Schoner. The text was 2010 on the friend as Conceptual Persona. Very interesting text. I do recommend it, as I do all the others, and I've put in big text here the link to Web Deleuze, which I just glossed over. It was just about that part about Spinoza in Deleuze's reading to Infinity in Spinoza. But I do want to emphasize that Web Deleuze is an absolute treasure chest, and there are a few other sites. Can we get back into focus here? I'm not sure. No. It would be better if I could get into focus here. Let's try and work on that. Back into focus. Miracle. The Web Deleuze is a treasure trove of transcripts of Deleuze's classes and teachings, and you can just find so much stuff there which is so useful and is so relative to his texts and stuff which is not in his text. I mean, just dig around, mine around on Web Deleuze, and it's all in his own words, and it's just really a wonderful site, and so many thanks to the people keeping that alive. And I think they've even updated this site, and they're trying to keep it updated, and we should really appreciate that. And at the end, I'm just gonna do some self-criticism, and this is what we initially planned. And I'm gonna go down to my dumb little sketch thing here. Is that we originally said what we're going to do in chapter 2 is what we originally planned to do is on the right hand side, and that was going to be we're going to stick to Kant and Hume because we still got a lot of things to cover there. Introduce Henri Bergson. And then this is going to bring us to question of method and theory in Deleuze's thinking and works. And I think that's a very important and interesting question because Deleuze will obviously have he has a very, very vast base of philosophers he draws on, and writers and artists throughout his works. I mean, it's very, very vast. Like we saw today, we have Pierce and you have Whitehead and Simondon and Kafka and Kierkegaard, Spinoza, Nietzsche. I mean, the list just goes on and on. But there are certain philosophers which will help Deleuze in his earlier years to develop his philosophical method, and then other writers who will serve as more of a horizon or a theoretical basis. So that doesn't sound too clear, but I think I've talked about this before. The easiest example is a paint. The way you paint is your actual technique. So Cézanne had a technique, Van Gogh a technique, Picasso technique, and that's method. Theory is what you are after, what you are chasing, what inspires you. So maybe for Cézanne it was certain painters in the history of philosophy who were very dear to him. For Van Gogh, different. For Picasso, very different. For Paul Klee, very different. For Francis Bacon, very different. So we wanted to get into that, and at the end, we wanted to get into what we call conceptual persona rediscovered, and I doubt we'll be able to get to that point, but my original idea was just kind of skip that, and we were just going to get into Kant and Hume and Bergson. At the same time, I had this kind of weird idea that it would be interesting to start chapter 2 confronting the concept of the conceptual persona, which obviously is concretized much towards the end of Deleuze's career. But I was saying it might be like interesting or fun or whatever to take that on first right now and fold that over. Just take an A4 and look first into the conceptual persona before we go back to Kant and Hume and Bergson, so we could kind of having the information we have from the concept of the conceptual persona, we could kind of make some interesting questions and just try and imagine or think or deduce or whatever, who were the conceptual personae of Deleuze, who could it be, who were the conceptual personae of, I don't know, Hume, Bergson, or what was the image of thought of a Kant and a Bergson and a Hume, for example, no? And so that's kind of why we've dedicated the entire first part of this chapter kind of uniquely to conceptual persona. And the goal of the next second part of chapter 2, we'll just put chapter 2, part 1, part 2. We're going to be going back to Kant, Hume, and introduce Bergson. It might sound a little bit academical and boring, but trust me, Henri Bergson is an absolute wild man. Totally crazy guy. Totally crazy concepts. And even if you just think about, hang on, like, this always freaks me out. This is the famous cone of Henri Bergson, no? And the tip of the cone is matter. Everything else is memory. And why cone? Because what happens is an issue of contraction. So what Bergson is proposing is that essentially memory, going back to the beginning of time or the infinite or whatever, over time gradually contracts itself and becomes matter, which is kind of like the complete opposite of which one would intuitively assume, meaning matter comes first, time passes and everything passes back into memory. And Henri Bergson, just one of his really crazy concepts, which Deleuze was obviously very seriously attracted by. No, Henri Bergson is saying, look, guys, it's memory which is contracting itself, and matter, or the present point, is just this extreme contraction of memory. So just showing that to say that it shouldn't be boring. It seems a little academic, but it shouldn't be boring. And if at the same time we can try and kind of just keep a little bit in our minds this thing of conceptual personae and pre-conceptual planes and conceptual personae while we are studying Deleuze, studying these people in the history of philosophy, I think it's a little bit richer, and it's kind of a little more interesting, and you can kind of, fun is obviously a stupid word, but it's we can ask yourself these questions. What are my because we always know with Deleuze, and I'll just write that here, that just one more page, and I want to stress this point, that and we've seen this in this appointment, it's the reader, that is you or me, when we are reading a text by Henri Bergson, we are reconstituting, the conceptual persona, and to a certain degree also the image of thought of Henri Bergson. And I really want to stress that point. And Deleuze is always very specific about this in the cinema books, very clear on this. when we read Henri Bergson or another author, we enter into a becoming of the author. And kind of, if you're really serious and really dedicated and really passionate, you are going to have an external relation, which is something beyond you as a subject, which will enter into relation with the conceptual persona of Henri Bergson or another author, etc., etc. So, as hard as that might be to comprehend, and I'm sure 99% of people will just say, that's just garbage or it's incomprehensible or who gives a fuck. But if you're strictly interested in Deleuze, this is something you absolutely have to take into account. And personally, I find this to be a very beautiful idea. I mean, why should I pick up a book and just read it and like in a structureless way and say semiotically the author was saying, this, that, and the other, and therefore that has a certain meaning, and then I go to bed and I don't give a fuck anymore. No. When you read something, you are participating in that, and Deleuze is taking this to an extreme conclusion. He's saying you are reactivating every time you read Henri Bergson. You are reactivating his conceptual persona, and you have created an external relation which is not you. You are no longer an individual subject, and therefore you are in a kind of I wouldn't say it's not a dialogical relationship, but you are in a becoming, which is something completely different with the author with whom you are reading. So that is my best explanation as to why I wanted to start off chapter 2 with this huge detour into the conceptual persona, because as we go on from here, it would be great if we could all just kind of keep this in the back of our minds. Other than pure deductive logic. Well, Hume says, empiricism, subjectivity, conditions, blah blah blah. That at the same time, we also have to activate those conceptual personae, and therefore the image of thoughts of those authors we're reading about through Deleuze. Got to get into this much richer critical territory in which we are much more open to thinking the new, essentially. So that is all for now. I am signing off. I hope someone will appreciate this. We do have a few subscribers, and we appreciate that very much. However, I will repeat, there's no monetization whatsoever on this. So as much as we appreciate subscribers, we are not going to solicit, I hope, ever for subscribers. And I wish you all a great week, a great September. Hopefully we'll be back sooner rather than later with the second part of chapter 2. And hopefully we have said something useful, and hopefully some of you out there will find something useful and actually do something of your own, which will ultimately be useful for all of us. So thanks once again. Bye-bye. Take care. Beams in my hand, and see you next time. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.